Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Papers.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Public Utilities. The annual administrative reports of the Water and Sewage Authority for the periods 2015-2016 and 2016-2017. Thank you.
Government business, bills, second reading.
Honorable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Monday, October the 26th, 2020, will be resumed. A bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September, 2021. Some 25 persons have contributed to the debate thus far, including the mover of the motion. Senator de Freitas.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the first budget debate in this Senate, in this the 12th Republican Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. This is, to say the least, an unprecedented year that requires a complete reimagining of how we do things. We are accustomed to events like this being specific to either us, to a particular other island in the Caribbean, or to some other location in the world, whether it be through a hurricane or earthquake. But we've never had an event that affects the entire planet at once, and for such an extended period of time. I don't think there's anyone alive today that has lived through a similar event. There may be people alive who were born right after the last pandemic over 100 years ago. But there's no one alive today who was a young adult at the point in time, who was alive before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after the pandemic, to guide us and let us know exactly what to expect. And if I were to try and grasp the gravity of it all, it's like the earth is shifting below our feet with the ensuing damage taking place. In such a situation, there's no choice but to weather, hold on, survive, and then rebuild, hopefully better than before. We are between a rock and a hard place. We are, as a global community, being forced to choose between staying alive and maintaining quality of life. It is for that reason that you cannot look at this budget the same way you would last year or the previous years. You have to look at it in the context of balancing being alive versus preserving, to some extent, your quality of life. And when we think about quality of life, we tend to think of it as a progression because it is something that is relatively under our control. So you understand that you want a particular quality of life as you progress through life, and you build and you work towards that on the strength of your own efforts. But we never see it as a spectrum, whereby it could go in the other direction, which is in the negative direction. And that is exactly what is taking place now, because it's based on external forces. And when it goes in that direction, it's never because of something that you have done. It is usually because of things that are out of your control. And in previous budget debates before, where we've had cause to respond to economic downturn, I indicated there were usually 3 responses depending on what stage of life you were in. And I'm only going to focus on the last one at that point in time. and that is to the young people who are now finishing school and trying to enter the workforce, or those who have just entered the workforce. Because these types of economic downturns tend to affect them. And the only option that they have at that particular point in time is usually to start a business or to get into entrepreneurship until things recover and that they could either re-enter the workforce or they may continue and develop their business so that they can maintain some semblance of control over their quality of life. And one of the ways of doing that is through diversification. And that is a term that we tend to hear usually when there's an economic downturn. And I listened to Senator Dionaraine's contribution when she spoke about diversification, and I too, like the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, did like her contribution. And she asked two pertinent questions which me, from a personal level, would try to respond to Senator Dionaraine. And the first question was, why has diversification failed in the past? And what I've come up with is that in the first instance, or what I would say actually, before I go to that, is that in my experience in life, I've understood that what usually holds true for the individual tends to hold true for the collective as well. And so in my explanation as to why diversification may have failed in the past, I will break it down into the individual sense. And one of the reasons I came up with Senator Dionaraine is that when we think of diversification from an individual standpoint, we tend to want to diversify into investments that will give you the same quantum of money as your primary source of investment. So take, for example, an individual who's making $100,000 a month and is looking to diversify. What is the first thing that he's looking for to invest in? A secondary source of income that would give him or her the exact same $100,000 a month or more. And when you put that up to the nationalistic level, and you heard the Minister of Finance talk about the oil and gas sector, which we've relied on for so many years, and the $9 billion that we expected to get this year, when you think of it in terms of diversification, immediately you start to think of what can we invest in that will give us the same quantum of money. And the problem that usually occurs at the individual level and at the nationalistic level is that in order to get something that is similar to the primary source of income, it requires a large amount of discipline. It took us a long period of time to be able to get to that quantum of money, which is the billions of dollars for oil and gas, because we had to develop that industry over the years. In the same way, if you're making $100,000 a month, you didn't just wake up one morning, leave school, and start making $100,000. You had to put in the experience and work your way up in the company. And so that brings me to my second point, which is when we get more money, and when you're talking about diversification, it tends to work best when you have the most amount of money coming in. But it usually becomes very urgent when you have a depletion in your revenue. So when it is you have the most amount of money coming in, you have the disposable income to be able to invest in secondary sources of income. So let us put that up to a nationalistic level. Because the first thing that happens when you get more money is that you want to spend more money on your needs, your wants, and then with whatever's left over, you look to diversify. So what happens at the nationalistic level? You deal with your needs and your wants. You increase your subsidies and your transfers. You build your roads, you build your buildings, you build what the country needs. And if you have money left over, you try to develop the industry that would give you the quantum of money in the primary source that you're looking for. But you may find that you may never have enough. And if you look at what has been taking place for a decade or more now, we have deficit budgets. But you still need to deal with the needs and wants. And to make that really profound to understand, think of the individual who's making $100,000. If he gets promoted to $200,000, what is he doing? Put his child in a better school. He might build a pool. He might add an extra house onto his house, extra room, sorry. He might upgrade his car. And whatever is left over, then he's going to try to invest that in terms of getting to a secondary source of income. And that brings me to your second question, Senator Dionaraine, which is, if a vaccine is found, are we going to continue with this diversification? So let me point this out. In my lifespan, in the last 11 to 13 years, we have had 3 massive economic downturns that I have witnessed in 2 separate countries. The first one was in North America in the 2007 to 2009 period with the housing market crash. Then you had 2015 to 2018 period when the oil and gas sector went topsy-turvy. And now you have the COVID-19 in 2020. And to me, that sounds like an anomaly. That's quite frequent, 13 years, 3 massive economic downturns. And what that tells me, that if that turns into a new normal, then we have no choice now, Senator Dionarine, but to diversify because it's extremely urgent. Because there's going to come a time in the future that if these economic downturns continue to uptick in frequency, we are not going to be as lucky as we have been in 2020. And if we do not diversify now, we're going to find ourselves in a very precarious position going forward in the future. And that's why it's important to create the right environment that creates opportunities for people to be able to pivot from one career to another, or maybe start a business and be able to improve their quality of life on the strength of their own efforts. So in the diversification process that we put forward in this budget presentation, we focused on digitization and digitalization. And if you're thinking about what I said, and you're thinking to yourself, well, that's not going to give us the $9 billion like oil and gas, I ask you to think, what if Facebook or Instagram or Twitter was invented in Trinidad and Tobago? Do you know what was required for that to happen? A couple thousand US dollars, an internet connection, a computer, and a dorm room. Those companies are worth billions of US dollars right now. What if they were invented in Trinidad and Tobago? And that's why when I looked at what the Minister of Finance was talking about, from grants for startups, reduction in time for registering companies, tax breaks for tech companies, tech promotions and development company to help out that sector, free public Wi-Fi and nationwide 4G and 5G, I understood what was taking place. And that's why I didn't understand what Senator Lakshmi Dayal was talking about when she indicated that there's no connectivity in the initiatives that he was putting forward. They do work together, and you have to think about it from in the context of that young individual who now wants to start a business. Everything can be done online. You think of the idea today, and ideally, if everything goes well, you register your company tomorrow, and I know that's really fast, and as long as the ease of business is doing well, you should be able to achieve that. And you have to be able to work with the banking sector because the private sector has a role to play. And I remember a few years ago, when I was much younger, outside of this country, there was a development taking place, especially for small businesses. And you're able to use a small square device to be able to plug into your phone, and that became your point of sale device. Not that bulky thing that we have now, that you need to be doing business for a while in order to even be able to qualify for one of those. And what that simply did was allow you to widen your customer base because you didn't have to collect cash right through, which is not really secure if you're doing that from a small business perspective. But you could have some young enterprising individual setting up the app that usually goes with that because the incentives and the packages now in this budget with the tech companies allows you to be able to do that and get into that more. Work with the banking association because those apps need to connect with your bank accounts. And once you do that, that young enterprising individual can now deliver their product and collect cash through a credit card or a debit card on spot, utilizing the nationwide 4G or 5G. And if for some reason, with the 86% penetration that the Minister of Finance spoke about in terms of smartphone and internet, that you don't have internet on your phone, then you have the free public Wi-Fi to help you out in that regard. And moving on from that, those apps tend to generate the kind of reports that you can then go to the bank with after and work with the bank in terms of growing that small business sustainably. So, Madam President, as I move on, I want to respond to Senator Vera, who indicated that as bad as COVID-19 is, there is some positivity that comes out of it. And I say positive because COVID-19, outside of the obvious threat and mandatory response to that threat, has the effect of catalyzing the kind of change that forces societies to change mindsets and behaviors in what is hoped will be for the better. And it is in that context that I say we as a nation have been lucky, a word that would not have been used 5 years ago to describe that 2015 to 2018 period, and much less now in 2020. But I repeat, luckily for us, the process of changing mindsets and behaviors started in 2015 and never stopped. My confidence in the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Planning and Development, and the Prime Minister is not simply because we happen to be in the same party or on the same team. But in fact, had he not done what he did in terms of managing the economy between 2015 and 2018, I shudder to think where Trinidad and Tobago would be right now. What if this virus had hit in 2015 when we had only 3 days left of money in the Treasury to run this country? What if this Minister of Finance was not able to turn around the economy to some degree by 2018, allowing us to even have the capability to mount a response through a series of relief grants in 2020 to the tune of billions of dollars? Even worse than all of that, what if the virus had hit when the opposition was in power? With the spenders' mentality that they had at the time, with no value for money and no care for future shocks to the economy, I shudder to think what would have happened. And this is why I am grateful. And thank God for the right thinking people of Trinidad and Tobago and the right decisions that they have made in the last 6 years. And this is why I say that the 2015 to 2017 period of adjustment that we had to go through and the requisite change in mindset and change in behavior was only practice for what was to come in 2020 and still is to come going forward. So, Madam President, as I move to the major part of my contribution, I intend to focus on the theme changing mindsets and changing behaviors. And I do so, and as I do so, I intend to look at agriculture and the liberalization of the fuel market, and then lastly, Tobago. And I thought it best to start my contribution on agriculture with a quote I came across as a young person that I think sums up the plight of agriculture, the plight of the agriculture sector over the years. And it goes, "Only when the last tree has died, and the last river poisoned, and the last fish been caught, will we realize we cannot eat money." And that's a Cree Indian proverb. And you can replace money with oil and gas, and that proverb doesn't lose its meaning. Madam President, agriculture from a national perspective has lost the perception that it's a large earner of revenue long before you and I were born. And globally, it has given way to the Industrial Revolution and the digital revolution to come. But its value has never diminished. And as I make this contribution, I remember a conversation I had with my brother when I was choosing a sector to get into in my master's level. And I chose the fishery sector eventually. And when I was choosing that sector, and I told him what I wanted to do, he looked at me and he said, as most people would, I guess, "What are you going to do with that?" And whereas my younger counterparts and those a little older than me were going into the legal profession, the medical profession, the engineering profession, the money fields, I sat there and I told him, and as I think about it now, it was pretty insightful at the time, and it's most relevant right now in 2020 with what we're experiencing. And I told him, if you're looking for a secure industry where no matter what happens in the future, you will be secure in your field, then you either choose to be a mortician or a farmer. Because as long as there are people on this earth, they're going to need to eat, and they're going to eventually die. So this is why I'm pleased to hear of the extra $500 million being proposed in this year's budget for agriculture, because it's a step in the right direction to building this sector and returning the value on the agriculture sector again. And don't get me wrong, because the other revolutions are important, and the quantum of money they collect are pretty big. But the fact is, and the message I'm trying to put across, is that agriculture should never get to a point of neglect or being undervalued, lest from a societal standpoint, it gets to a point of regret. And so, Madam President, I sat on the Joint Select Committee of Land and Physical Infrastructure that did investigations into the agriculture sector and the state of the sector. And the minister in the Ministry of Agriculture would have spoken to that, and I'm sure the Minister of Agriculture will speak to that some more. So I won't get into that. But what I will talk about is what we found out in that Joint Select Committee. And one of the things was that the age of the farmers in the traditional farming sector were getting older, and there wasn't replenishment in a large way by young people. And the Minister of Finance would have spoken to one of the reasons that probably happened, and it may have been land availability. But that wasn't the only reason. Young people tend to not want to get into the large acreage of lands to produce, to be in the hot sun and to grow crops. What they actually liked was the non-traditional farming sector. The aquaponics, the hydroponics, the vertical farming, the urban farming, the ones that inclusive of technology which they like to use. And if you look at the packages that are being given in terms of technology and in terms of incentives, that is what will help out these young farmers in that sector. And Madam President, given that that is the case, I can now say that some of the 500 million can go into bridging the gap between the young and the old in the traditional farming sense, as well as investment can now go into supporting those that engage in non-traditional farming to ensure that that sector grows from both sides. And the biggest benefit of this approach is in the ability to maintain a small aspect, as small as it may be in terms of quality of life. And we all heard what is happening with the luxury food items, and Senator Dionarine spoke to this and said, because of the frequency in which we eat it is now normal. And what I will say, in that non-traditional farming sector with those young people, we now have the technology in Trinidad and Tobago to be able to grow grapes and strawberries. So instead of spending the foreign exchange importing, we can now take some of that $500 million, invest in those young people, and replace those imports with the local varieties to the benefit. And that way you don't have to change your taste too much. You can maintain some semblance of a quality of life in doing that. And that is what we intend to do. The other aspect of a non-traditional farming, which I will speak to because this is my sector, so I will just indicate, in case there's a conflict of interest there, that I'm promoting it. But that is aquaculture. And I heard when Senator Leiter spoke to the fisheries sector, and I understand the fishing depots issue, and that is being dealt with and has been dealt with or trying to be dealt with over the years. But that is not the only thing in the fisheries sector that needs to be developed. And I like the fact that you now have $500 million extra because you can now invest in that aquaculture sector. And just to give you an idea of what you can get from that sector globally right now is worth 250 billion US dollars. And if we can take some of that $500 million and invest in that sector and get 0.01% of the market share, not 0.1, not 1%, just 0.01, that equates to 25 million US dollars of foreign exchange that I'm sure we can use. And all that is required is 8,200 tons of fish to be produced. And if you're thinking that that's a stretch, Jamaica was able to produce 8,000 tons of fish in 2006. And although it declined subsequently after, they are now moving to get back to that levels to their benefit. Madam President, I want to talk a little bit about the liberalization of the fuel market. And a lot has been said in terms of commentary and the fact that fuel prices are going to be fluctuating. The Minister of Energy and Energy Industries dealt with that. And I was glad to hear that he dealt with that in that manner. And like I said, we have to change our mindsets, we have to change our behaviors. We're going to have to change the way we use our cars. That has been said in the public domain, so I'm not going to repeat that. What I'm going to talk about is something that was not said. And I heard what was happening with the foreign used car industry and obviously the new dealers in terms of the increase in the price of the cars that they sell mostly, for example. And I would just ask everybody in here and who's listening to the sound of my voice, take a quick look or quick search for the following words. The UK plans to bring forward ban on fossil fuels by 2030. I can go further. Gasoline vehicle phase-out advances around the world. Austria, British Columbia, Denmark, Egypt, France, Germany. Let's talk about the US, because they're doing it by state. New Jersey, New York, California, Washington State, Colorado, Hawaii. So while we sit in Trinidad and Tobago and argue about who may or may not own a gas station, or about the prices of gasoline vehicles going up, I say to those associations now, start to pivot, because in less than 10 years, those vehicles will be obsolete. And whilst the Minister of Finance has increased taxes on the electric vehicles, it's still in the lowest bracket. So right now, you're supposed to be thinking, let me pivot from those vehicles that fetch the highest price and start to import the electric vehicles that have the lowest price, because in 10 years' time, which will go in the blink of an eye, you won't even be able to import it. And if you're thinking, well, what's going to happen to the infrastructure if we have to move to electric vehicles, and you want to rebut with that, let me just make this argument. You weren't listening to the Minister of Finance when he indicated that there's a 112 megawatt renewable energy project to come to Trinidad and Tobago, which will be the biggest in the Caribbean. And I can go further. If you were listening to the Minister of Public Utilities, you would have heard when he said there's a 740 kilowatt project to be started in the Queen's Park Savannah, in which there will be car charging ports. And what I will say is that there is connectivity in what is being done here in this budget presentation in this 2020. Because as much as we know that those cars are being phased out, that infrastructure needs to go in. And so with the incentives and packages in the tech industry, some young enterprising individual can now start to think, as a matter of fact, let me put it on the Foreign Car User Association, to start to think about setting up electric charging stations up and down this country. You will get the incentives and they're right here in the budget. And when you do that, you see where the connectivity is coming around. And that's why I didn't understand Senator Varma and I didn't understand Senator Mark when he spoke about no consultation. Because all of these things and the kind of connectivity that you're seeing is coming from the Roadmap to Recovery, a team to which the opposition was invited. And if you remember correctly, MP Botawari was also invited, but there was some politics at play. And that is why when you speak, you don't understand what is taking place because you were not part of that vision. So, Madam President, I want to move on to Tobago. And let me just say this. For as long as I have been in this Senate and contributing to budget presentations, It is the same thing year after year after year. Based on the questions that are usually asked in the other place, anybody who is outside of this country listening would think that Tobago is a burden on the national treasury of Trinidad and Tobago. And if I have to come here in the good year of our Lord 2020, as bad as it may be, and put this phrase back on the Hansard record, because APT James no longer has the bones to roll in his grave, and His Excellency the A.N.R. Robinson is probably in heaven hanging his head in shame. And I have to come here and say this again in a more cryptic fashion so that it reverberates through the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is, Tobago is not a side chick. Tobago is not an outside woman. Tobago is a part of a union and a partner with Trinidad and Tobago. And until we understand that in this country, I can say to you now that the development of Trinidad and Tobago will always be limited by the development of Tobago. And this is why I have to commend the Minister of Finance every single time I come to the Senate chamber to contribute in a budget presentation, because he understands that. And as much as the allocation that is given is legally done under the Dispute Resolution Commission, you have to understand that that is part of a formula. And if it is that the expenditure drop, guess what? The allocation to Tobago will also drop. But it's not about that allocation and that Dispute Resolution Commission. It is about what is done extra. And the Minister of Finance fully understands this phrase, that the poor man that gives you his last dollar cares more about you than the rich man that gives you $100. So I don't need to talk about the fire station and the police stations and the Roxborough Hospital that is almost done. I don't need to talk about the $300 million extra that Tobago could borrow based on cabinet approval to help with their development. I don't need to talk about the airport. What I will talk about is in the COVID-19 period, when all of us was reeling from it, that the Minister of Finance is able to outside of the allocation given for 2019 to 2020, give $50 million for the TRHE, give $50 million for the tourism sector, and $5 million for the small business sector. And that the Minister of Health, in the height of the pandemic, while buying PCR machines so that we could ramp up testing, knew fully well that he had to buy one and send it to Tobago. And on that point, let me make something clear. The number of cases in Tobago is much lower than the number of cases in Trinidad. And that basically means that if Tobago was separate, Tobago would be able to take part in that bubble that is being set up for the tourist industry in the Caribbean to the benefit of Tobagonians so that the tourism industry would succeed. But the fact is that Tobago is part of a union, and if you're dealing with this virus, you're dealing with it together as a nation. And as I'm on tourism, let me talk about that Sandals project, because that Sandals project and the loss of it has me more mad than disappointed. Because that is an opportunity loss, and a massive one at that. Why? Because any tourism island worth its salt knows that as sure as God is good, this virus will end. And the 8 billion people on this planet who have suffered under some sort of a lockdown for some extended period of time will want to travel. And we will experience the biggest uptick in movement or human movement that this planet will ever see in the last 100 years. And those tourism destinations are investing right now in tourism plant and machinery. So they have Sandals in Grenada, Sandals in Barbados, Sandals in St. Vincent, so that they could capitalize on that uptick. But no Sandals for Tobago. But Madam President, all is not lost. The Chief Secretary announced recently that there's a 1,000-room hotel to come in the next 2 to 3 years. Sunwings Limited has invested in Turtle Beach Hotel. And Comfort Inn is building a hotel in Scarborough, Tobago, which will be finished by 2021. So it's not to say that Tobago will not be able to capitalize somewhat on that uptick that is to come. Madam President, let me move on to the other issue that deals with Tobago, and that is internal self-governance. And I've heard the brewing skepticism at the utterance of the Minister of Finance indicating that this is the highest priority in this 12th Parliament. Let me just say this, because he would not have been able to say it. He was not on that committee. I will say it. To me, this bill is as important as the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago and carries the same weight. because whatever happens in that bill has the potential to affect 70,000 people on the island of Tobago, not for one day, not for 1 year, but forever. And therefore, you cannot rush it through a joint select committee, bring it to the parliament floor, and say, here, take that. It has to be given its just due, and it must be given its just deliberation. And that is why, for the last 2 years, we were working with international experts in this type of constitutional setup, so that what comes out of that committee can withstand the test of time. So when you're dealing with that bill, you have to make sure all your T's are crossed, all your I's are dotted, and what is theory can seamlessly transition to execution to the benefit of all Tobagonians. Because it took 120 plus years to get from union to joint select committee. And if there's an error inside there in terms of the ability to execute, you're looking at another 120 plus years just to correct that, to the detriment of every single body in Tobago. And if you cannot believe me in what I just said and the importance that we have put on that bill, believe this. The former chairman of that committee is married to a Tobagonian, and as soon as she signed the papers in the church, as far as I'm concerned, she became a full-fledged Tobagonian. The interim chairman of that committee, in my good self, is a born Tobagonian. The MP for Tobago West on that committee is a born Tobagonian. Independent Senator Dr. Dylan Remy is a born Tobagonian. And as Tobagonian, there is no way that we are not going to make sure what comes out of that committee is in the best interest of Tobago and in keeping with what Tobago has asked for. So what I would say, speaking specifically to Tobagonians right now, if you want to help, in the meantime, talk to the opposition in Tobago. Tell them, talk to the opposition friends in Trinidad, of which Senator Jerlene John, by her own admittance, is a born Tobagonian and a deputy political leader in the United National Congress. Madam President, that means she has some weight. That means she has some clout. That means she has some say-so. So when that bill comes from a bipartisan committee, of which we all sit as equals, and it hits this parliament floor, tell them, don't argue, just pass it. Madam President, in conclusion, what I would say is this. We do not know how long this particular obstacle is going to last. We hope it ends soon. But what remains true is that we must change the way we think going forward. We must change the way we behave, and not just simply in terms of mask wearing and washing of hands. More regularly. But in general, things that we could have taken our time to do now need to be done in a shorter time frame because our survival depends on it. Our acceptance of the digital world is one of those changes that will occur sooner rather than later. Growth and innovation are the new watchwords, which will lead to a reimagining of our future. Quality of life may now take on a different meaning. Productivity over procrastination, work from home over home from work, and quality time with loved ones over quality lime. Whatever the future looks like, and whatever pathway we take to get there, one thing is for certain, we will do so together. Madam President, with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Nakhid.
Madam President, in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, I would like to thank the country's opposition leader, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa. I would like to thank my colleagues in the lower house and in this August house for allowing me to make my contribution to this budget debate. And I would like to thank you also, Madam President, for your kind words when I was sworn in. You were not here when I made my contribution. I'd like to express those sentiments to you again. You are the epitome of grace under pressure. Madam President, the underlying theme of my response to the 2020-2021 budget presentation of the Honorable Minister of Finance and his colleagues on the other side, both in this August House and the other place, is the PNM, by their historical grounded and subsequent legacy, has never delivered for Trinidad and Tobago anything other than shell governance. This budget certainly was not what the late Prime Minister, the Honorable Patrick Manning, had in mind when he touted Vision 2020. When I take my seat, I am certain that government bloggers will come to life to justify the failure of this government to meet its own Vision 2020. Sure enough, they will blame the People's Partnership of 2010 to 2015, but will stop short of mentioning that the PP government left more money in the Treasury than they met, and more money in the HSF than they met. Madam President, I too was tempted by the guile, the jabs, the little insults, until it dawned on me that the ultimate indictment of this government has already been delivered by their own supporters. Madam President, it is widely known that some of the supporters of this government proudly exclaim that they prefer to suffer under this government than prosper under the United National Congress. Madam President, the sheer irony and lunacy of this sentiment is lost upon this government, as they wear this denigration with a badge of honor. Madam President, permit me to contextualize my submission. I quote from a leader that will be very much appreciated by this government. And I quote, "United wishes and goodwill cannot overcome facts. Truth is uncontrovertible. Panic may resent it. Ignorance may deride it. Malice may distort it. But there it is. These beautiful words, impactful message from no other than Winston Churchill, proves vehemently that such a commendable effort in words can come even from a devil in human form. The fact of the matter, and I quote Mr. Franklin Kahn, our Minister of Energy, that historical antecedent is important. And it is. Because this government, this PNM, has been in governance for 48 years with direct representation of our most under-resourced, underserved, and deprived communities for 64 years. Just in case you went out to play a quick jog susuhan, let me repeat it. The fact of the matter is this government has held power and the keys of the Treasury with direct representation for 48 years of our most under-resourced, underserved, and deprived communities. Every single government official on that side who talks like if this is their first time in government. Madam President, those on the opposite side show strong commonalities with the psychological state of mind, trend of thought, and behavior of people like Winston Churchill. Although the words resonate with anyone, all flowery and beautiful, historical facts will show that Winston Churchill was an oppressor of black people, both African and Indian. They served not the people, not the grassroots, not the Indo-segment, not the mixed, nor the African. They serve masters whose interests are anything but aligned with the national interests of this country. They are neo-colonialists. What depresses me most about this budget is not its lack of vision, not a lack of a plan to kickstart the economy that does not involve squeezing every penny out of the middle class and working poor. What depresses me most about this budget is how callous and uncaring it is, how little it does to develop our most important asset, our human resource. It does nothing meaningful by way of human resource development in the short term or in the long term. It offers no hope to the youth by way of elevation in the next 10, 15, or 20 years. All we have been fed are the same platitudes and perfunctory lip service that has been ritually regurgitated, budget after budget, with no proof as to the efficacy of programs promised over the last 5 years. I can choose any portfolio at random, Madam President, and show that this government has promised much, delivered little. I can say without fear of contradiction that the taxpayers did not get value for their money. I have read every budget presentation of the Minister of Labor from 2015 to the end of the last term. Not one promise delivered. Not even promised legislation delivered. What is sad is that I can say the same for health, sport, education, and a few others. I remember years ago when the opposition was saying that CPEP should be used for agriculture. What was the mantra of the PNM government then? They said that would be taking us back into slavery. Now all of a sudden, CPEP has to be used in agriculture. What are they thinking now? This government closed down Caroni, which happened to be a virtual food basket, arguing that it was a drain on the treasury, as though other make-work programs were not. In doing so, we became a net importer of food. And now during this budget, we have a government telling us that we are eating too much apples, too much grapes, too much cereal. What next? The budget, Madam President, is largely geared to keep the financiers of the government extremely comfortable. They plan to implement a property tax on homeowners first, engage in public-private partnerships to build houses, sell the port and national petroleum fuel stations. The sale of state assets is not only myopic in its conception, but exposes writ large the intellectual incapacity of this government. The Minister of Finance, on one hand, gives to the poor a so-called reprieve on taxes, up to an income of $7,000 per month, and then quickly takes it away with proposed increases in the cost of living, utility rates, water and electricity, property taxes, removal of subsidies on fuel. A classic example of deception, given with one hand and taken more with the other, from the other. In trademark fashion, the Minister of Finance wants to raise the retirement age to 65 years to avoid payment of pensions in the near term, thus easing the financial commitment of the National Insurance Board and the state to those well-deserving pensioners. This shows that they have run the NIB, like a Ponzi scheme. So why are you complaining about DSS? This will affect a large number of public officers, middle and lower income earners. No wonder only certain groups of the society applauded this budget, but as before, Peter George, as it is against labor, the working class. Already, the Minister of Finance had to beat a hasty retreat on two critical points: taxes on foreign used cars and the retirement age ceiling. He got pulled up by Vishwan Babwa, President of the Used Car Dealers Association, and the Vice President, Rundle Fields. Obviously, there was no consultation, no discussions with these gentlemen. There was an existing agreement up to December 2020. He wanted to impose taxes before. After the rug was pulled from under their feet, called them out, and he beat a hasty retreat. Shows a lack of planning, a lack of vision. The Minister of Finance, he backpedaled so quickly, Madam President, I made a quick call to Brian Lewis, President of the TNT Olympic Committee, to see if we could get backpedaling in on the Olympic agenda. Gold medal for sure. This, Madam President, is what I mean by shell governance. No serious consultation with key stakeholders, only with their operatives. It's an appearance of development through the listing of fully fledged ministries, but they are frail, flimsy, deceptive as a spider's web. Entities with big names, but essentially non-functional. Big buildings rented at inflated prices with fancy fittings in affluent areas, but they do not render effective governance. These ministries, Madam President, are in truth and in fact like a shell of a house. And a shell of a house, Madam President, as we both know, does not provide anyone with a home. For example, the newly opened Diego Martin Health Center that I visited a couple of weeks ago. I noted over 100 elderly, infirm and differently able Trinbagonians seeking access to the so-called free healthcare, sitting and standing in the blazing hot sun, some of them unable to access healthcare services on that day. The ministries and many state agencies of this government cannot deliver on policy initiatives and decisions. They cannot properly monitor policy implementation and expenditure because they lack true functioning systems to ensure that their mandate is executed. Furthermore, they are staffed most time with their own operatives who are required to toe the party line, as we see with WASA, MTS, URP, and TT Post. This budget, Madam President, it is not a budget. It is not a budget, a platform for transformation. It is in fact a platform for the People's National Movement to buy their ineffective government a little more time by just kicking the can down the road towards future generations. In reality, a kick the can down the road kind of budget. The independent international economic monitoring agencies and our central bank did not paint a good picture of our economy pre-2020, pre-COVID-19. Economic growth in negative territory, 2016, 17, 18, and 19. Energy sector, non-energy sector, the same, negative territory. Unemployment rate up. And let me tell you, Madam President, in places like the East-West Corridor, where I am familiar, and I put my foot on the ground, as much as 50% in the black communities. Public debt, percentage of GDP, up to 63% in 2019, forecasted for 80% this year. Exchange rate rising to almost $7 to $1 US in 2019. Gross official reserves down. Import cover only at 7.7 months in 2019. Madam President, with these figures, the Honorable Minister of Finance should not pat himself on the back for presenting a budget like this. Purely political in essence, with policy plan that is myopic. They failed to diversify the economy for 48 years. And you expect us to believe that now in a time with less resources, you will do so? They want to squeeze water from stones, Madam President, to enrich their financiers on the backs of poor people. They failed to secure the maritime borders and created a humanitarian crisis while allowing narco-traffickers, some who are of that 1% that finance their party, to run roughshod over our country and operate with impunity.
Senator Nakhid, I have to caution you now. What you just said is completely out of order. So I would ask you please to withdraw your last statement and move on. I need you to withdraw your very last statement. So you just withdraw. Thank you.
They failed to secure the assets of Petrotrin for the benefit of our country. They hastily closed it. Even when as late as 2018, it posted a profit. According to the Guardian report dated April 23rd, 2019, and I quote, Petrotrin made an operating profit of 250 million US during its last year in existence. As at the year ended September 30th, 2018, the revenues for Petrotrin stood at 1 billion US. The company's cost of sales stood at 195 million US. Gross profit for 850 million US. By these numbers, the company was seemingly viable. Madam President, I'm quoting the Guardian. What was the haste and the reason for closing the company? And then the PNM, despite these figures I just told you, came up with figures from KPMG, claiming that Petrotrin lost $8 billion over 5 years and was facing a debt of $12 billion. Which are the correct figures, Madam President? Who are we to believe? Certainly, I would err not on the side of this government. The Minister of Finance likes to talk about economics as if he understands it. I would like to let him know that there is nowhere recorded in the history of any economy that people take themselves out of a recession with supply-side economics. Nowhere is that recorded. And we are in a recession heading fast towards a depression. There's nothing in this budget that inspires hope and a positive outlook for the majority of this country's citizens. To compound the misery, they want to impose a draconian and hated property tax, unwarranted taxes on fruits, employment freeze in the government sector, with possible exceptions, of course, for friends and members of the ruling party. And of course, the absence of any dynamic or inspiring policy measures for agriculture, trade, industry, education, sport, and the youth. Madam President, this budget as presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance leads any right-thinking citizen and policymaker to wonder, what are the intentions of this government as we navigate through truly perilous waters? Then again, this is always the overarching plot of any neo-colonial establishment. And the PNM is a primary exponent. Keep the masses in a state of poverty and political ignorance so they can maintain them as a voting bloc. As to the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, I would like to congratulate him because judging by all metrics, this is his first stint in office, as he was virtually absent between 15 and 20. The veracity of a budget always lies with the connection of that budget to the people on the ground, Madam President. By the reaction of most of the farmers and citizens under his auspices, the most frequent and prominent criticism of this minister describes him as a serial non-performer. His most impressive accomplishment is that he has been obviously
Madam President,
selected.
Standing Order 46-4 on a point of order. He's using offensive and insulting language about the minister.
Senator Nakhid, continue, but you can continue, but just watch how you are, the language that you're using. But continue.
Madam President, thank you. His most impressive accomplishment is that he has obviously been selected as the new political hatchet man of the PNM. I point to...
Senator Nakhid, I just cautioned you. You are speaking about a member of parliament, and therefore I would ask you to refine your language, please.
Madam President. But I was alluding to the self-righteous. I understand. Withdrawn. We witness on the other side self-righteous finger-pointed, accompanied by the practice and feigned stern demeanor, as the leader of our opposition was belittled. In true Mama Guy fashion, the Honorable Minister of Finance boldly announced that agriculture will receive an allocation of $1.198 billion, a boost of $500 million, not even 1% of our GDP. Bold-facedly, the minister acknowledged the historical, almost vindictive approach to this sector by all previous PNM regimes, and of course the continuation of same by this one. However, in a brazen move, he seeks to paint a picture of good tidings by endorsing a paltry increase of $500 million. Has never been made clear how this $500 million will create revenue streams in these straitened economic times. The Minister of Finance said the $500 million will be placed in the Ministry of Finance, and it was up to this Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to develop plans and projects in order to access the funds. The question needs to be asked, has the $500 million already been allocated? Maybe to some projects already in operation? Madam President, I don't only want to criticize, as I only have 40 minutes. A possible solution I would like to suggest to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to solve the poor road infrastructure and access points that affects farmers. Maybe there should be a twinning with his ministry and the Ministry of Rural Development to cut down on inefficiency, bureaucracy, and corruption. while simultaneously improving the ability of farmers to deliver their produce and reduce wear and maintenance costs on equipment. Madam President, with a non-innovative mind, you can rest assured that these funds of 500 million may not be touched, at least not by this honorable minister. By the way, after perusing the allocations to the Ministry of Finance, both the recurrent and development parts, the sum of 500 million seems to be well hidden. Our government pretends to have a renewed enlightenment about agriculture. However, the number simply does not add up in the support of their vague, ambiguous, uninspiring, and empty rhetoric. Madam President, the minister had little to say for the development of the sector. Every policy must have a purpose. And in the 48 years of PNM governments, they did not bring consolidated legislation to depict a focused approach to agriculture and food production, addressing the needs of the society and its citizenry. Kenya has an Agricultural Act of 1954, revised in 2012. This has enabled them to improve its Human Development Index value in 2018 to 0.579, putting Kenya in the medium human development category of countries according to the United Nations. Agriculture dominates their economy, accounting for 70% of the workforce and about 25% of the annual GDP, not 1%. The country's major agricultural exports, tea, coffee, cut flowers, and vegetables. It has become the leading exporter of black tea and cut flowers. And so imagine, Madam President, somebody said, I wasn't here for 39 years, but somebody said that somebody can make the claim that we don't have enough land in Trinidad and Tobago. And I don't know who that is, Madam President. I wasn't here, but he must be Duncy. Is that not amazing?
Senator Nakhid, listen, I need to caution you on your language. You're in the Senate, and I would ask for your language to reflect where you are, okay?
Is that not amazing that we are here struggling to put local grown food on the tables of people in PNM heartlands, East-West corridor, industrial areas of the South, Madam President, some of which are poverty-stricken, PNM enclaves, nevertheless, and the PNM cannot fashion a proactive policy towards agriculture? What is the clear legacy of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, apart from an incompletion of tasks and projects mentioned before? Lands in the St. Augustine nurseries were destroyed for a housing project. From 1960 to present, prime agricultural land St. Augustine, leaving just 60 acres from an excess of 100. In 2018, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries sat silently and accepted the destruction of a further 20 acres for housing. Madam President, have the PNM ministers in their history stepped up to truly help the sector? Madam President, let's take an honest look. A country that has gone through boom from our oil and gas, and our agricultural ministry accounting for 1% of our GDP. Shame. Shame on us. But I would suggest to the Honorable Minister, consult with your people. There are people on the ground, smart people, agricultural economists like Umadat Maharaj, argued that any national plan must have as its imperatives focus on feeding our people, focus on securing lives and livelihoods, and a more mature social dialogue towards inclusive agriculture and rural development planning. Honorable Minister, the paltry sum allocated in the budget is totally inadequate to put the sector on a sound footing. Then again, what does one know of agriculture when he simply does not know? Madam President, I would like to switch to a ministry that I have some previous knowledge and experience of. Madam, here again, we have another serial non-performer, a member of parliament who holds a portfolio which she exclaimed when appointed.
Senator Nakhid, may I caution you again? You are speaking about members of parliament. You can express whatever you have to say, but it has to be in a courteous manner to members of parliament, okay?
Madam President, a member of parliament who holds a portfolio, when she herself exclaimed, when appointed in April 2018, that she knew absolutely nothing about it. Not my words, Madam President. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development is allocated 284 million approximately TT for recurrent expenditure and 12.5 million TT for its development program, a total of 296 million TT for 2021. 2019-2020, its predecessor, Sports and Youth Affairs, received 258 million TT and 234 million TT for recurrent expenditure and 3.1 million TT and 9.23 million TT for development program, down from the initial estimate of 20 million TT for development works in 2020. An explanation for the movement of the sums was not seen in the draft estimates. It is assumed that the allocations were transferred to another ministry, possibly the Ministry of Finance. Madam President, had the minister understood what falls within her purview, within her ministerial portfolio, Madam President, with some 10 to 15 minutes gone of our allotted time, the minister did not address the issue of sports. After attacking the opposition, she went on to praise her followers. Her leader spoke on COVID-19, pointed to the lack of planning and a stillborn roadmap, went back to the UNC, touched on Tobago, went to agriculture, bad-mouthed some UNC members, went to Tobago again, traveled to Trinidad, and went from Trinidad to Tobago numerous times. In all of that, we heard one little piece on sports, the Dwight York Stadium upgrade, and a diatribe of our sporting activities. Madam President, the Dwight York Stadium upgrade cost between 12 and 20 million TT, was completed in 2020. The accurate cost has not yet been disclosed. 5 stadia were to be refurbished at a cost of some 77 million TT, starting in 2018. We have only heard about one, the Dwight York Stadium in Tobago. I don't want to impugn anything, Madam Speaker, Madam President, so I will go on to possibly offering some solutions to someone who admitted she does not know. One of the solutions could be, as she could address, there's been a constant decline in sport participation throughout the country.
So, Senator Nakhid, when you're referring to ministers, fellow parliamentarians, I don't think it's proper to be referring to someone as she and she and she. Could you refer to the minister with the proper portfolio?
Here's what the Honorable Sports Minister should have addressed in her presentation. There has been a constant decline in sport participation throughout the country, in all sporting disciplines. Madam President, a plural society like ours cannot achieve sporting excellence when communities are excluded. It's the job of the sports minister to be proactive in finding the solution. For example, there are virtually no football players anymore in Trinidad and Tobago from the white, Syrian, Chinese, or Indo communities, thereby depleting our player pool. Other Caribbean countries have forged ahead of the once invincible TNT by making optimal use of all their diversity. We used to have players, Tyrone de Labastide, Joey Gonzalez, the Aliong brothers, Bobby Sukram, Raj Lalchan, players from all communities. What has the minister done to include all members of society? I do not know. I would like to offer, as a word of advice, to the Honorable Minister of Sport, to perhaps adopt the Belgian model, of which I'm familiar. Provide incentives for schools, communities, village teams, who produce national players at the regional and national level. What that does is incentivize everyone to take an approach that helps the community in all aspects. It helps production. It helps move commodities, encourage health and fitness. She can network for sport tourism while this pandemic rages. No need to sit and wait. Grenada is an example. Grenada, they are making network connections with Europe, Africa, and the Caribbean as they push their national teams forward. Madam President, let me change gears a bit and go to the Honorable Minister of CARICOM and Foreign Affairs. During the last 5 years, we have moved from being looked upon as a regional leader to being virtually annexed to Venezuela and being largely ignored by our regional partners and our allies further afield. We are at the point where our messaging mimics the Venezuelan government on almost every international issue. I get the impression that we dare not say anything different to the Venezuelan authorities on the Nabarima issue, an issue which has the potential to harm our tourism prospects, our fisherfolk, our ecology, and our health. We have ceded leadership of CARICOM to Barbados and now Guyana. We have been a constant embarrassment in some quarters. Most recently, our nationals abroad had to rely on an MP, member of British Parliament, to advocate the cause of affected citizens. We didn't vote for him. And after his appeal to our government, instead of a diplomatic response, we attack him for the embarrassment that was well deserved. We literally beg for that. I hope we have a clearly defined policy on how we can chart the way forward, because I haven't heard one, Madam President. Madam President, the Honorable Minister of Health told the world on 9th October 2020 that every independent person has come out in support of the budget. I'm deeply sorry to say, Madam President, that we were misled. He did not provide any evidence of any poll or survey conducted between 5th and 9th of October to substantiate this wild claim. The Honorable Minister of Health proceeded to highlight the achievements of his government, and himself, of course, listed a number of hospital and health centers that were opened during the last 5 years. While he boasted about their perceived accomplishments, he failed to report that many of the facilities are in fact incomplete for the purposes which they were intended, to meet the needs of Trinbagonians. I draw reference again to the Diego Martin Health Center, newly opened. It lacked basic hygiene facilities for visitors, simple measure of placing markings on the walkway to maintain physical distancing was not put in place. Once again, this highlights the lack of the proper allocation of human resources, which leads to having a shell ministry, which is the Ministry of Health. And this is not an anomaly, Madam President.
Senator Nakhid, you have 5 more minutes.
This is not an anomaly, Madam President. Out of the 96 health centers around the country, I personally had the displeasure to visit 23 of them. While most of the staff are doing their utmost best, those health centers are simply not fit for purpose. But I would like to touch on something, Madam President, where the devil is in the details. Madam President, there's a big issue of the cost of medication and services to the public, which allows out-of-pocket expenses by our people to be astronomical in a so-called free universal healthcare system. And again, I emphasize, Madam President, that this has been a ruse perpetrated on the people of Trinidad and Tobago for 48 years. The Oxford Business Group, in a country study, reported in terms of healthcare recurrent expenditure that Trinidad and Tobago out-of-pocket cost was 40%, or $426 million in 2016, well above the global average of 18.5%. Our poor citizens, Madam President, are the ones accessing public health care and bearing the brunt of this government's inefficiency by having to spend from their pockets sums of almost 2.5 times greater than what most countries in the world carry. We can see it every day in the papers. There's a GoFundMe, a barbecue, a garage sale, or just plain outright begging fellow citizens in order to cover the neglect of the health care of this government. While ministers' families and their colleagues get state contracts to power wash stadia and obtain preference for the rental of properties. We have an Attorney General who has recused himself 30 times, Madam President. It seems that there is an internal policy in the PNM. Every 10 times you recuse yourself, you get a free Porsche. It shows.
Point of order.
46-4.
Got it. Continue.
How much?
No. The point of order, yes.
46-4, please, and 46-6.
Senator Nakhid, what you just said is, I uphold the point of order, and I would ask you to withdraw what you just said, please.
Done, Madam President. It shows how much the alleged free healthcare is a facade, a shell. 2 medical doctors have told me that this out-of-pocket leads to a 3-tier health system: public healthcare, private healthcare, and citizens who are forced to find finance to address health issues when unable to access either public, because in a tiny manner, or private institutions. So they end up going between the two, Madam President, leading to unnecessary burdens on the low and middle income groups. Sounds nice, a 3-tier system, but it renders our poor working class in serious trouble. Madam President, I would just like to end, because I don't have much time, by talking about the philosophical implications of the budget, Madam President. I would like to point to something that can be a solution. We have had 5 years of taxation and nothing to jumpstart the economy. With respect to private properties, why not provide an incentive to homeowners who keep their property in mint condition instead of a property tax? Employ valuators in each local government district to assess property value based on the condition of the property. Give incentives, such as an annual tax break, to those homeowners who keep their properties well painted and landscaped. In so doing, we provide employment in the various localities for painting and other jobs that are integral to the proper upkeep and maintenance of the household. No need, Madam President, to have a property tax burdening the citizens of this country, already burdened. And Madam President, I apologize if I have offended anyone. But I see no one on that side, Madam President, who has set their foot on the grounds in Laventille, on the east-west corridor, in the places where I have lived, except to talk about it, front, stunt, and hunt for votes. And enough is enough. And while I have the opportunity, with a united Trinidad and Tobago, we will expose what I see as the incompetencies of this government. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Madam President, for recognizing me to partake in this debate on the Appropriation Bill 2020. But I must say, today I feel sad, hurt, angry. Yes, I feel sad because our dear friend and co-worker, Sharon Samuel, is no longer amongst us. I feel hurt that she did not reach out to me as a medical practitioner to try and see if I can assist her in any way. And I feel angry that we all allowed our health system to deteriorate to reach that level that this young individual would succumb in such a way. The esteemed journalist Ria Tate's account of the events still plays on my mind. And I pray Ms. Samuel's relatives are coming to terms with this tragedy. You see, I'm a provider of health, and for years I have heard the complaints. For years I have seen the deficiencies in the system. As far back as Sunday, September the 28th, 2014, Melissa Doughty of the Guardian had an interview with me and quoted me as actually pleading to the then Minister of Health in another administration that facing all these ills, we needed to set up a patient complaints authority, because we have gotten complaints from patients and we have found that, it falls on deaf ears sometimes. There are mechanisms in place, but too far. We have people knock on our doors to get that. So a patient complaints authority. So while I speak on health issues where we could improve the system, I will also touch on some other issues. Some humble suggestions which I'm thinking that, if time permits, I could elaborate. So first of all, health. So I see the need for the establishment of such an authority, and I'm hoping with the expenditure in our budget for health, we may see now that there's a need to work towards this. Besides that, in health, there's also regulations that came about that caused controversy in terms of wearing of masks. But before, I had also called for regulations with social distancing. You see, Trinidadians have some persons who have a party mentality. They are hardened. So they may have laws, and the Prime Minister had times before to caution persons and even to reprimand them for not wearing masks, for not following the guidelines. And I'm thinking laws for social distances, again, regulations, I'm thinking, may have to come on board if we are to protect our country further. Because if we are opening up more, we see that the dangers that are occurring right now in Spain and other countries that have opened up and are getting a great fallout from this opening. You see, I look at also crime, Madam President, and I think with crime, we have heard the Attorney General and the Minister of National Security come here and actually explain about the cost it takes to keep prisoners in remand yard and in our prison system, the cost to our taxpayers. I'm suggesting in our economic times, the law is such that it allows for hanging. Why do the government implement the laws? Why doesn't the government, look at what's happening, look at the cost savings, and it's on our law books. If we don't like it, simply remove it. So again, I'm appealing for the implementation of the death penalty for those on death row. I'm also looking at the issue of crime, and I'm seeing that with the recent issue with the Ponzi scheme and whatnot, there was a need to call for help from outside sources to come to help our police service solve this issue. Way back, we had it when we had, I remember there was a police commissioner who said he was a toothless bulldog when the then Prime Minister, Patrick Manning, brought in Scotland Yard. We also had foreign experts coming in the Canadian Commissioner of Police. Those persons came to try to help the improvement of crime. But yet still, some of their efforts were stymied. They were not allowed to go further. And we have been seeing that crime is on a runaway scheme right now where people are locked indoors. We have seen home invasions. And I'm worried, and we have to do something of crime. So what I'm saying, since we had beautiful plans in the terms of when Patrick Manning was the Prime Minister, where he, when there was a failure of the Operation Baghdad from the then Minister of National Security, Howard Chinley, there was a failure of Operation Anaconda. It sounded nice. But then Martin George came in, and in his own quiet way, Martin Joseph, in his own quiet way, he planned to lock down the skies, lock down the borders, have that total lockdown of Trinidad where you have internal mechanism where the police officers, intelligence gathering. You have the blimp overhead, and you also have the OPVs surrounding Trinidad. Beautiful plan, it sounds good, but yet still, we are still in this position. Why? Probably successive administrations didn't follow up on good plans that we have. And I think this is a failure of most budgets where we have to go back and reinvent the wheel. We have to go back and start all over. It comes like a minister may look at another the predecessor and say, well, it's a good plan, but let it be my plan. So let's shelve that and let's repackage it, and put it in my plan. And this, I think, is a failure in our system, and that cannot be allowed to continue if we are looking at the economics of the situation. A good plan should be allowed to continue regardless of which administration comes in. So I am thinking, since we have failed in locking down the border, since we have seen guns coming in, we have seen guns, grenades, human trafficking, it's time we ask the DEA to come in, set up base. We have already asked other authorities to come in and help us with, to help the situation with the Ponzi scheme or pyramid scheme. So I'm thinking if the DEA sets up base, it may put a dent here. I look again in helping crime procurement legislation. This has to come about because you see it's been there, and with white-collar crime, with all the good work the Attorney General did in terms of trying to convince us, hey, we have FACTA legislation, we're going after those persons, we're going after persons who are hiding taxes. I am thinking procurement legislation is something which would somehow give a level of comfort to citizens out there who may think that successive governments are putting their hands in the treasury, who may think that perception may be there. And I'm thinking, if we have the correct legislation, we wouldn't get that animosity or that pointing fingers of one party pointing to the other party, and that leads to a lot of dismay in society. I look at energy, and I say that solar panels, we have to go on board with solar panels in terms of our new trust. Tax exemptions. I think that was on the board before in some other budget. I heard it. I don't know if it had continued. Again, we looked at property tax that is coming on board. And I mentioned if you're going to have property tax, give the property tax exemption for those places who have greenery, green spaces. Because when you're having a planning development, you are supposed to provide that green space, a lawn, a tree, and water. Have that tied in. In some other countries, that is something where I can get a discount if I have some trees or acreage that you can measure to give me that. If we want to look at the global warming, if you want to encourage persons to have that green area, we have to look at. If you want to tackle flooding, as President Timal, as Senator Timal quite, give us a very good demonstration of flooding and the effects of environment. I look at tourism and arts. I had mentioned sometime before that when I heard the discourse from the Minister of Tourism, I've seen certain things there that I look and certain things that I liked. And, I had recommended, that I am seeing the grants given out to artists, which is excellent. I'm seeing grants given out to, to encourage the art form, online shows. But, Madam President, sometimes people miss seeing that artist, and artists performing live. And I had recommended in a writing I had given that we could have drive-in concerts, just as how Kidona used to be there. You park in your car and you can enjoy a show. And I'm saying the mall, Price Plaza, as they are saying, the people in that area are saying, hey, they no longer have Movie Town. We can build a big stage. We can have people tested, the artists tested before they go and perform. We can have the band to the back. We can have screens like this. We can have the artists to the front, social distances. We can have people parked in their cars, tuning in, listening. We can have the Movie Town restaurants going to the car and delivering food. All could be done in a COVID, a COVID-friendly way in the sense we know, we are aware of COVID awareness way that we can do it. So therefore, this is a suggestion that I think we should explore. The artist wants to perform. Sparrow has made appeals that during the lockdown he wanted to come here for his birthday. We should send a plane, bring him down. The birdie wings are clipped. Let him come, let him perform to us. Another aspect I looked at, Madam President, is we have the Spanish influx. We have the Venezuelan. Just as how when I went to Venezuela years ago, and I used to go to Sabana Grande, there was a German village. Why not set up a Spanish village here, a Venezuelan village, where we give them a piece of land, have their own food, their own art forms, their own pottery. I saw tattoo artists from Venezuela here do a remarkable job. Let there be a Spanish village, either here or even in Tobago, where when the tourist comes in, just as we have Chinatown, we now could engage those individuals that they will have jobs. We can go in there. We can't travel abroad, so I will go into the Spanish village to eat the food that they offer. I remember in Venezuela, there were hot dogs with one sort of different layers of different ingredients in it. I would love to taste that again. They can provide that here. They can provide that Spanish village. But let them pay NIS also. And this is a recommendation I make because we know if they are working for whatever short term, let them pay, let them contribute. Some of them accessing our services. And some of them are in dire need to have these services offer more because presently there's a young Venezuelan child, 15 years old with leukemia, and he is not getting access to help. And this, I think, even though I know the Ministry of Health has its policies, humanitarian aspects, we have to look at the United Nations rights of a child. We may have to come on board as the government to discuss this issue and offer this help to this child. So setting up Spanish village, I'm seeing. I saw Barbados actually had long-term work visas, where they allowed a foreigner to come in there and spend a whole year with his family, give him a cottage, and he can work from there. We need to look at that. The Minister of Tourism can actually bring in this work areas where they can come in. And the Senator Nigel de Freitas mentioned that in his speech that Tobago, if it was like if it is a bubble, they would have been doing better in tourism. So I say, why not give them that bubble? Why not sell Tobago's tourism separate from Trinidad? Because you see, if a foreigner looks at our whole national statistics on crime, they would hardly come here. But if that foreigner sees Tobago marketed as Tobago with less crime, with less COVID, they can easily decide to come in there, and it will benefit both countries. So market Tobago separate, I'm thinking. And I think we are on that trail anyhow, because the tourism industry, I think they had split up the tourism sector into one in Tobago and one in Trinidad. So the thoughts may be along that line. I am saying now, when we are looking at youth affairs, I am thinking crime is such an aspect. We have to get the dent in crime to get the economy going. Therefore, what do we do with our hardened criminals? We go after them with the full brunt of law. What do we do with the young persons growing up, not attending school? We have youth camps where you can go and get them and engage them in something. Make it mandatory. If you're in the block lineman with a gang leader, you have the law is such that we take you away and carry you into a youth camp and train you. We give you whatever training. Because remember, some of those youths may not have had a home where they had proper parenting techniques. So they go to the block, they go to the gangs. We have to make delinquent youths, legislate against delinquent youths. You're less than 18, you're in the block, you're not in school, very well, come and we will engage you. Because if we don't engage you, you would be the future criminal down the line where it will have to engage the judicial service, it will have to engage the medical service if they get shot, it will be a strain. We also need, Madam President, places of sanctuary for depressed youths. You see, there is a whole global problem with depression in youths. 15 to 29-year-olds are killing themselves, the second highest cause of death. Thankfully, St. Anne's Hospital recently instituted a children's ward to deal with children with schizophrenia. We are seeing younger children now having the disorder schizophrenia, children who the courts may have to order them. And it was really a court decision that told us that we were not allowed to put a child in an adult world, that stimulated us to have a separate child ward. But what I'm saying, we need places of sanctuary scattered in different parts of the country where children who are suicidal, children who are depressed can go there and stay, get away from the world, step out of the educational system, find themselves, get yoga, get training, get the love that they need, get mentorship, and then we could put them back on into the world. So we need those places. Those have, I don't know if it's the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Housing, but the collaboration has to be there. We need also, for the youth, the expansion of the OGT. I had objected when the government said that they wanted to pay more money for the OGT, the OGT personnel who they hired. I said, no, don't pay more, but just hire more. We need the young persons who are out there and who are feeling frustrated to come on board, to come in a plan. just to get out of just to get into a work environment sometimes would do them great justification. And you see, if you have a home and there's an OJT person working there, and I think our goal should be to have a person in every home that is working, be it a young person, be it a father. One person in every home should be working, and we should try to see the Minister of Social Development and Family Affairs should look at that scenario. How could we engage someone in that home? Again, education. Right now we're in challenging times, but I'm saying even before I was asking for depression testing, online testing in schools, depression testing in schools. We have to develop online testing. We have to have the student support services reach out. And the student support services, there are online addresses. They have given email addresses where if children are depressed, they can reach out for them. This has to be out there in the public where children and parents could know they could reach out for them. I think we also need to increase the retirement age. I noticed the Minister when the Minister of Finance mentioned that, he was, somewhat hesitant to come out outright and say if he's going to do it. But you see, Madam President, as far back as, I think it was 2010, I had recommended in an article that, in an interview I did, that, it is ageism, it is age discrimination, where we tell somebody because you reach a certain age, you cannot work. And in that article, I elaborated that we are dealing with more and more persons older than 60. We can't just put them out to the pasture. Look, our Prime Minister, he's in his fit and vigor. He was 71, I think. So examples like that is examples that, you can manage at that age. So I'm thinking, even then, I had, in that interview, I had mentioned that the NIS contributions, we are running into some difficulties. And I had suggested then that we actually consider that as other countries had done it, you see, to empower the older person, to give them that power, the retired person. And I suggested if somebody is there, you don't keep them in a position, you could move them parallel so the younger persons could still move up. The judges recently had their retirement age increase. My father was a retired judge who was called out at the age of 75 to serve a stint on the bench. And he did that before this age was introduced. So he was one of the oldest survey judges. So he had retired at 65, and 10 years after, they had called him back as a stint there. So what I'm saying, even the last administration, where they had Mayor Kendrick Maraj, the Chief of Defense Force, when his retirement age at 55, they increased it to 1 year. And then at the time, the Minister of National Security, Captain Gary Griffith, said he would look into raising the retirement ages of all those Army personnel at 60. So I think this is something we have to seriously look at. Madam President, I would like to say that when you look at the health issue, I started working as an intern in Port of Spain Hospital 35 years ago. And some of the same problems still exist. Files are being lost. So you see a patient in clinic, and 20 feet away there's a record room, but the file's somehow lost. This problem still occurs. You have there at certain private institutions, if that happens, heads will roll. And you see also, it seems that the civil service has its own work ethic, which I think we should look at. You see, long appointment times, it's still there. Now we have persons, calling out and saying there's a mentally ill person running amok. We cannot get an ambulance on a weekend. We cannot get an ambulance to come. The police are saying it's mental health officers. All these are things we have to look at. Thankfully, the Minister of Health has appointed a director of mental services, and I'm thinking we should hopefully get an improvement for that. You see, not getting an MRI report, not getting CAT scan reports. You go, you do a test, but the reports are not coming. You come clinic and there's no reports there. Years ago, we met the ambassador to India, and he told us if we send those same things online to India, they will be read by experts at a fraction of the cost if our local persons don't have time to read it, and we will get those reports to our persons. You get a CAT scan, and you're waiting for reports of them for 2 years. I had a patient with cancer, and she got a CAT scan and no report, and she died before it came. Those things are not acceptable. So therefore, we have to work, we have to honestly work at this. But you see, these problems are not new. In 1965, at the Conference of Ministers of Health of the Commonwealth, Minister of Health at the time, Ursula Tischer, Trinity Cross holder, and my wife always tried to say she was the first female who served as a minister in our government. So this is a big up for her. But since then, there was a shortage of 30 doctors. And in that conference, she appealed and she got 20 doctors from Philippines. So the staff problems we have since 1965, we didn't solve it. If I quote Hansard from July 20, 2009, Minister then of Health, Jerry Norris, said, you know, we need increased access and availability of persons in the primary care. We need more beds, we need better services, a reduction in the waiting time. Then there was a leadership forum there where I think it was my friend, Senator Wesley George. 300 of us used to be to try to give a plan. And all that was in 2009, and all that came to naught. We had 2000, and in 2000, Dr. Hamza Rafiq had the reform of health, the health sector reform. But all those plans, what happened? You know, we spent 134 million of our IDB loan hiring consultants to come to advise us how to get the plans going, but it didn't come to fruition. We look at the Regional Health Authority. It came in 1994. John Eckstein at the time had a brilliant plan. If we split up these institutions, they would do better because you would now put it closer to the people. But has it worked? Has it worked? I mean, we have seen recently the Attorney General brought in the idea that there were three ministries before in the PP's government, Ministry of Legal Affairs, Registrar, and AG's office, and he all put it into one where he saved costs and he's getting a more efficient way. Probably it's time to look at the RHAs and say, should we just have a RHA for Tobago and just one for Trinidad? You see, the cost of putting persons in different boards, 4 different boards, expensive. The cost of having to split up those facilities, if you just have one, we are a small country, we can do it. Even when we look at the fact that the Mount Hope Hospital, when it came on board, there were a lot of allegations of corruption there. There were cases where equipment was there, it was there put down, nothing was done to it. But you see, out of the Mount Hope, I always looked at it that why can't we develop certain hospitals in Trinidad as having specialized service? So I have a stroke, and all the good stroke specialists would be at Mount Hope. I have a heart attack, all the heart attack and the equipment is there. So we don't have to have staff scattered at Mount Hope, Port of Spain, and different hospitals. You have a unit here. Trinidad is a small place. We take people from Tobago with a helicopter. We can have a fast ambulance service, bring in persons to a specialized unit with the specialist there, pediatric specialist there. And so when you have children learning disabilities, you have to have programs in place for them. You have all the specialists in one area. You don't scatter them. The other hospitals will perform the general surgery. So all these are things we have to look at. But you see, Madam President, this month is Breast Cancer Month. I wear this pink ribbon. This pink ribbon was given to me by someone. She was a child at the time, 7 years old, and her mother died with breast cancer, 38 years old, the only child. The mother came to me for counsel, and she said, listen, I don't mind dying. I lived a good life, but I'm leaving my child behind. You see, 1 in 8 women will get this disease in their lifetime. And as a physician, I had an aunt who I lost from this condition. I know the suffering. And you see, when the National Oncology Center was promised in 2002 and 2003 by the then Minister, Patrick Manning, I applauded it. This was such a wonderful move. This was such a needed move to have given women a fighting chance, or persons a fighting chance with prostate cancer and whatnot. For all our citizens, in a way, how transforming the way cancer is treated. You have one assembling of specialist facilities technology. And the cost of construction initially was estimated around 150 million. But then in 2012, it never materialized. 2012, under different administration, Dr. Fuad Khan had promised that the opening would be in, November 2014. And this didn't come to pass. Yet still another administration after now came in. And in 2018, the chairman of UDICOT, Noel Garcia, gave November 2018 as the new date. But then we heard our Minister of Health say, this is no more. Things going back to St. James. All the, any sort of a joy we had of having this center, no more. And you see, what I'm saying, Madam President, it is persons on that side and persons on this side who have failed the people of Trinidad and Tobago with their cancer management. And I make no apologies for saying that, because you see, I don't know if any of them had any relatives stricken by cancer, but it is not acceptable for plans that was made, good plans, to just go by the wayside. Monies were spent, millions of dollars were spent, and there's no accountability why this fizzled out. And this is what we need to know. We had other projects like the Brian Ladder Stadium, Red House, President's House, Prime Minister's residence in Tobago, Whitehall, all worthy vendors. But this means nothing to a patient and their family who has the emotional trauma of depending on proper oncology care. So, but I have a sense of hope, because last week, Mrs. Sharon Rowley, who was the patron of the Caribbean Association of Oncology and Hematology, along with my wife, Dr. Shirin Kalu, they were involved in a cancer awareness. So we may not have money to get a big unit again, but the drive, I think, and the message they give there is we have to look at community outreach oncology, where we can go into all communities and screen women, pick them up, look for the cancers in the communities, because women there may not know, rural women may not know about the dangers of cancers, and you find they may not even have money or the energy to travel to the clinic now. So that gives me some hope. We can still do things with a limited amount of money. So we are indeed privileged in this country to be having free healthcare. We see the debate in the United States about Obamacare, where some people are left out. Good things have happened in health. We have maternal mortality rates, which makes us the envy of the world. We have a vaccination program which has protected many. Our previous Minister of Health, Emmanuel Hussein, had polio. David Rudder had polio. One of my mentors, Maurice Marshall, had polio. But we have the vaccine there that would prevent people from getting this. So those are good things that happen, the EPI, the expanded vaccine. And more that, our Minister of Health recently informed us that we have $9 million US allocated to the purchase of COVID-19 vaccines. Once it's safe, we have that, and it's a collaboration with WHO. And we also have a collaboration with a Chinese pharmaceutical company to acquire different amounts to service 2/3 of the population. So therefore, I congratulate that proactive approach. We have a reduction in chronic infections. We have seen new modalities in South. I think there's a Dr. Ramsberg in the hospital, new urological techniques. So there are pockets of wonders being good. But we still see a nation riddled with obesity, diabetes, hypertension. And the Minister of Health has put in programs, and the previous Minister of Health, Dr. Fuad Khan, had put in programs where they were appealing to the nation, eat healthy, exercise. And mental illness is on the rise. 1 in 4 of us will succumb to it. But as I'm saying, we have hope with our new Director of Mental Health. Now, Senator Dylan Remy did mention about the non-functioning cath lab in Tobago, and also no staff to run it, the analog rather than digital radiology service equipment without proper planning. You have to get the planning with us. We saw the same Mount Hope scenario, playing out again, where equipment lay idle, dumped, money wasted. So therefore, the same issues keeps repeating itself. So therefore, I've seen the wastage, the lack of accountability. I've heard the opposition systems for us to pay at all government transactions, no matter which government occupies the corridors of power, regardless if it's old PNM, new PNM, or UNC, or PP, whoever. You know, this thing didn't start in 2015. It started even before, when we were told, master, they're done, and money is no problem. That is the mentality we got. So we need to change this together. And under the NAR government, I was appointed in a committee to tackle the homeless. It is still in a horrible state. These homeless persons could spread COVID if it comes among them. And I have seen the grandiose plans of one regime discarded by another regime. So what I'm saying, there's no continuity, no respect for all the hard work, no long-term tie-in. And this is what I think we have to develop for our country. I see new energetic persons on both sides, and I know the new blood, they may have a reason to try to energize this thing. So what I think we need really in our country right now is really like executive accountability. Why we could pass good legislation, but why we don't have the delivery aspect and the implementation? Why do we have implementation failure? The project planning is not adequate. We don't have the long-term means to hold them accountable. So we have that excessive stagnation, non-performance. And I think just as how we have the weekly interviews with the Minister of Health, allow the councillors in each area to take complaints from persons, be it train, pothole, whatever, lack of infrastructure, anything that's failing the constituents, the burgesses, allow 10 of those or less than 10 of those councillors to have an open forum with the minister for all to see, and once a week, do it. That is accountability. You lay the problem to the ministers and say, look, there's a big pothole there, there's a leak there, there's this there, and it's out for the men, and give them a timeline to fix it. You see, that is the only way we could get the executive to deliver, by putting them on open scrutiny to get efficiency. So this is something we have to see. You see, the Prime Minister must not only admonish our civil servants for not coming out to work, but ensure his own ministers must perform. We have to see the performance. We have to judge them by that yardstick. We need it to work. We can't wait for 5 years to pass and all we remember some members of parliament were there sexual misconduct allegations. Yes, we got a sexual harassment policy. But you see, the report the taxpayers paid for never materialized. And speaking about reports, what became of the Coleman report? Taxpayers paid out a lot of money to rescue Clico, to pay out debts and whatnot. Yet still there was a report paid by taxpayers that is not there. I remember when the Tesoro scandal erupted, and they then, A.G. Selwyn Richardson, make a deal where they were destroying the file. Our present Minister of Finance had an article in the newspaper where he objected to that. He said, why are you trying to hide something? Why are you keeping that evidence from that Tesoro report? Destroyed it. And the AG was at length to try to say, well, it was a deal we had made and whatnot. But you see, public needs to know where we failed. The public needs to know what went on. The public needs to know who are the players who keep getting away, because reports are kept hidden. I admire the publication of the Scott Drock report. We saw some figures there that, open eyes. So besides that accountability, I think we also need a forum on race relations, because we still have allegations of ethnic political nepotism. We have people saying that the OGT is only if you belong to certain parties you're going to get it. We have that. So how could we counter that as a society? Because you see, all of us have to move, all of us will have to go together as one. We cannot have things like that. So what I'm saying, we also should have a public forum.
Senator Deyalsingh, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, madam. We cannot have a public forum where I think we should have a public forum that, if people have these allegations or have these concerns, they could raise it. So it will put a sort of damper on any sort of nepotistic activity that persons in power, whoever in power, may want to do. Remember the civil rights movements in the United States. They ensure that persons of, the Afro-Americans are represented in boards and judiciary. They are now fighting for the police service. We have been here in base and talk. Good, so give us an open forum there where people will say now that there's no sort of victimization and discrimination. You see, this has to be dealt with frontally. And why? Because there's a deep perception and emotional feelings attached to that claim, and it has to be dealt properly by the authorities so it wouldn't linger. Remember Eric Williams in his book Inward Hunger, page 265, I quote, "I call upon all party members to stop once and for all this infuriating nonsense that every Indian is anti-PNM. Every Indian is not anti-PNM, nor is every white. Some of the worst enemies of the PNM are as black as the ace of spades." I want to quote also, President Barack Obama, when he was inaugurated, he said we have to find a place and we have to find a time to understand that not everyone who opposes us is against us. So when you hear the leaders making inflammatory statements, I heard the discourse of Senator Lizama where she spoke about the Amerindians. She probably needs to bring a peace pipe and let both leaders smoke it and get a level of peace amongst us. You see, that's an Amerindian heritage that occurred in America. So therefore, corruption. Corruption is something that would affect our nation. We find that there was in the Journal of Economics and Management, Olewalo actually looked at corruption and economic growth in India and Nigeria. And it was stated corruption would, in fact, stymie economic growth and development. So therefore, we have to put things in place to put a dent on corruption or alleged corruption. And what I'm saying is, besides the procurement legislation, in Canada, there are guidelines on the proactive disclosure of contracts. And this is good reading where I'm thinking it's really the government of Canada gave that. So proactive disclosure of contracts. So all contracts, be it you break it up, be it as big contracts, should be out for the public to see who are the players, who are the owners of the company, who are the persons who are coming in and going to utilize our taxpayers' money. So therefore, we need procurement plus this legislation that Canada has. Why do we have state enterprise failure? This is another question. We had technocrats that Eric Williams brought in. We had private individuals that came in after Lockjack and different ones came to help Carl and all these organizations. Yet still these organizations run through. What did we do wrong? And this is what we have to know if we are going to do anything. Where did we go wrong? Was it political influence in the state boards? Eric Williams has been turning over in the Gulf, his ashes may be turning over in the Gulf of Paria because he actually wanted our state to run our things, our country to run things, a socialist sort of system. So from capitalism to slavery, his book, we have now gone back to capitalism if we are going to privatize the port as we had privatized Escot, as we had privatized Petrotrin. So again, we have to see all the money wasted, where did it go wrong? Because the young ones coming up will have to see they don't make that same mistake because we have a way of repeating the same mistake. And as I close, I must say, Madam, that, I congratulate the Minister of Finance for giving us a soft budget. I'm happy about this budget. We have things to be thankful for, and I'm thinking that also we have to realize that not just the giving us this budget, but the impact actually was not much on the people. I have to also end by just quoting one thing, Madam, that I want to quote that, some time ago, our last Prime Minister actually said that this country, has been good to us. He said even though in his illness...
Senator Deyalsingh, your time has expired.
Okay,
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Madam President, I thank you very much for the opportunity to join this debate on the Appropriation Bill 2020-2021. Madam President, in the realm of Calypso, one of my all-time favorites is a rather recent one. It came in the wake of the award of the Nobel Prize for Literature to our famous and beloved son, Sir Vidya Naipaul. And as great as Sir Vidya was in his prose and in his 36 books, it was Dr. Hollis Liverpool who managed to place Naipaul in a particular context. And the most famous line of that calypso referred to Sir Vidya as the Count of Birmingham. And while I listened to Senator Nakhid, I felt I was in the court of the Count of Bahrain, being lectured to. He lacking coattails today and top hat, but I felt that he didn't have it too far away from him. Madam President, I am not prepared to listen to any instructions, teaching, or anything from the Count of Bahrain.
Senator, Minister.
46.
Senator Mark, it's okay. Minister, please.
I would just say, Madam President, in another calypso, while the senator spoke, especially towards the end, because people have a way of thinking that they're the only ones on the ground and the only ones doing things in the country, and this thing called the corridor. And while Senator Nakhid was talking about that, about we not on the ground, he went to 32 health centers and 23 this. You remind me of another person. The Tobagonians will know this well. John Howell Walcott, Tobago Calypso Monarch 1982, passed away in 2013. His funeral was not too far from the place where they're looking for Senator Nakhid, not too far from Tunapuna. They're looking for you. I'll remind you about that constituency. But John Howell went by the name of Just Come. That was his Calypso name. And I want to tell you, Senator Nakhid, you reminded me about somebody who just come. And you didn't have a problem, you know. When you refer to the person who said there's no land to plant, when you refer to that person, unnamed, you didn't have a problem saying you weren't here for 39 years, you know. And you look like a 40-year-old to me. I mean, if you were missing for 39 years and you look like 40, you just come. In fact, you ain't too long walk out maternity hospital. I don't know if it's St. Clair, Port of Spain, Mount Hope, you just come from. But if you could say that you were not here for 39 years, then you need to be schooled. And with all the virtual school, I'll help you. I'll help you. Because let me tell you something, you contributed.
Minister, when you're talking to another member, you talk through me, okay?
When you contributed for your 40 minutes, I waited patiently for you to talk about Tunapuna. Because in the campaign you just ran, you had a manifesto for Tunapuna. And you referred to Cora, Lantenia, honey, cocoa, a lot of things that I'm about to refer to. And I thought you would talk about the people of Tunapuna, who you tried to represent, and having failed, you have an opportunity like me, a second bite of the cherry, to talk on their behalf. And I thought you would say something about that constituency of Tunapuna. I expected you to talk about Kachipal and the farmers up there, Tumbaso, and the people who have waited there a long time for Lantenia. I expected you to talk about your proposal for a farmer's market in Honeymoon Ground. I expected you to talk about Ernest Jack, the fellow in Tambasa who waiting 40 years for a lease. Shanmati Satnarayan. I don't know if you met Shanmati on your hustings. I expected you to talk about Rudolph Roberts and Bagmania Gangadin, all Tunapuna constituents, all people you may have encountered. I thought you would use the opportunity to represent them. Orange Grove is not far away. Not a lease has ever been given out in Orange Grove. I thought you would come and say something about Orange Grove because you put out a manifesto with the intention of representing the people of Tunapuna. And not many failed candidates get a second bite. I am having my second bite. And every opportunity I get, I represent those people who have encountered. But if you can't speak about Tunapuna, Senator Nakhid, you can't tell me anything about the rest of the country. Because if I ask you about Mr. Stewart's shop in Matlot, and when you reach at the end of the road in Matlot and you look up past the river, the school that is up there, you can't tell me about Marak and Laloon and the Robinson land down there. You can't talk about this country because by your own admission, you have just arrived. You have just arrived. In fact, you cannot even talk about the 500 million, no matter how many times I have said. The 500 million is under head 18, subhead 04, 009, item 42, fiscal incentive program for farmers. And you could have asked your colleague, Senator Leida, because he referred to it yesterday. And he said it is placed in Ministry of Finance because maybe my colleagues don't trust me with it. But I'll explain about it. But it is there. It is there, and I expected you to talk about the 500 million and how it might have helped those farmers you met and those people in Kora and those people in Tumbasa. But I want to tell you this. I do not want to waste too much time on talking about your party and government and your party and its policies. But I want to say this to you. There are 10 ways in which I could tell you the United National Congress has failed agriculture just in the 2010-2015 period. And the first thing, the number one contributor to agriculture in this country is chicken. This country is self-sufficient in poultry. And under the UNC in 2010 to 2015, 20% of the market share went to imported leg and thigh. And I want to tell you this. A lot of it comes from a company called Tyson Chicken in the United States. Highly subsidized chicken, benefiting from successful bailouts by the US government, including the current bailout, supported by government guarantees and everything like that. Tyson is a machine funded by US subsidies that will eat jobs on the East-West corridor and leave local chicken in a quandary if we do not defend our turf. And your government almost allowed leg and thigh to eat all those jobs and all those farming communities that contribute to the self-sufficiency in chicken in this country. It is your government who went so far as to create draft legislation to permit the importation of honey into this country. The same honey you listed in your manifesto, Senator Nakhid. It is your administration that if we had not arrived in September 2015, this country would have permitted via law the importation of honey. And what is that honey? Let me school you. That is lab-produced honey from China, traded as Caribbean honey. And you know what that honey will do? Imported honey, imported lab honey that competes with our world-class honey produced by hard-working farmers. There's a young farmer called Adrian Edwards. When he was doing the beekeeping course offered by this ministry 2 years ago, I was there in El Reposo and I spoke at the training. And Adrian Edwards today, through government policy and through the farmers market, sells honey under the brand Honey on the Rocks and imported honey unless we do not protect our farmers. And our honey, lab-created honey, will eat our market, our local market. There's a young lady, mechanical engineer, Nikita Ligol, a former national swimmer. Her brand is called Tropical Hives. If we do not defend local honey in the manner I have done and this government have done, there will be no Adrian Edwards and no Nikita Ligol operating in this country. I can tell you, between 2010 and 2015, a Minister of Agriculture did not visit Nestle. Nestle, operating in this country, a major manufacturer, a major employer, a significant distributor, but most importantly, the company that has supported what remains of local dairy in this country. And you go and check. From 2010 to 2015, a Minister of Agriculture did not go and visit that company and talk to that company about how we could revitalize, how we could keep local cow milk in packages on the shelf. What did you do? Attempt to open a pasteurization plant in Sugarcane Feed Center and one in Aripo. And it is this government, through the much maligned Aripo, that PPP, that privatization of Aripo, that has given our local dairy the best opportunities to survive. And 2 Fridays ago, Madam President, I was in Aripo, now called Aripo Livestock Limited, a venture that will see $80 million in private sector capital going in. No loss of jobs in the public sector. And I was there to witness the signing of an MOU between Nestle and Aripo Livestock Limited that would see that farm, that single farm, reach 2.5 million liters of production, tripling this country's current production. And when you go on the supermarket shelf, if you go on my Facebook page this morning, you would see it. This morning when I was making my cocoa to come here, I was so proud to reach in my refrigerator and pull out a Nestle full cream 100% milk pack with a national flag on it. Because I know, Madam President, I know as a minister I have to go to Nestle and I have to go to Matlat and Marak and Laloon. I have to go around this country to find a way for my farmers and my agriculture sector to survive. Because, Madam President, I ain't just come. I came from there and I'm from there. 90% of my family are on the East Coast, right down from the East Coast to Rosilak. Today, long after we first arrived in this country, we still earn a living from agriculture. It is not by accident I am in this job, and it was not by accident that Avinash Singh, a farmer from a farming family, is the minister in the ministry, in this ministry. The same Aripo livestock, all the talk you hear about all those farmers and sheep and goat and sheep, an 1,176-acre farm declared by the ministry to be a research facility, unproductive, not much happening. And it is that PPP and that $80 million investment that will give the biggest boost to Trinidad and Tobago to be able to produce more and more meat to compete against the imports. And we saw in COVID, the farmers themselves were surprised because we know when supplies tighten around the world, COVID has taught us that, when supplies tighten around the world, when shipping becomes uncertain, when prices become uncertain, our food supply is threatened, but we can't deal with it by just talking. We have to deal with it by changing the structure. And that PPP, the invitation to the private sector, in a fair and transparent manner that I have explained in this Senate over and over on one occasion in detail, represents the best opportunity to produce local meat for consumption, to compete against imports, and to sustain a livestock sector in this country. Your government did absolutely nothing for it. Senator Leida talks about seafood and fish and this and that. But let me tell you something. If it is one thing I am proud of doing, I am a serial non-performer. I think you get tired up with the talk about cereal and the food import bill. That is what. Because let me tell you something. It took 27 years. Your government made many attempts to bring modern fisheries legislation to this parliament. You could talk how much you want about this and that in fisheries. If you do not have the legislation as it is now, we cannot compel a fishing vessel in this country to have a tracking device on the vessel. You know, in Tobago, they do it voluntarily. But we do not have the ability to do that, to track, to separate those who are bona fide fishermen from those who are criminals operating with pirogues on the seas. We need the legislation. And it was laid by the Honorable Prime Minister in the House in the last Parliament. It lapsed as we expected it to. And it was laid again yesterday and placed before a joint select committee. And while you allowed the European Union to give us a yellow card and impair our ability to export, because the EU is not an important market for us, but about 45 million US in seafood goes through Trinidad into the US market. And when the United States mirrored the EU import requirements, Trinidad was constrained and given 5 years to bring in modern fisheries management legislation. And if it is one thing the Prime Minister is proud about as a legislator, because that was commissioned under him, a former fisheries officer, commissioned by him 27 years ago, we have brought that legislation to this parliament again. You talked about cocoa. You talk about cocoa in your manifesto. You didn't talk about cocoa today because you do not know about cocoa and honey. Maybe you don't even use it. It is your government. One line in a finance act, one line in a finance legislation that repealed the Cocoa and Coffee Industry Board. That is the thing that guaranteed Trinidad and Tobago protection of its fine flavor status. It is the Cocoa and Coffee Industry Board. Up until that one line removed the board, no cocoa farmer in this country had to look for an international market. And you were not paying attention. And by repealing that, the overnight monies owed to cocoa farmers, markets which were accessible and available, the cocoa farmers did not know what to do. You created a limited liability company called the Cocoa Development Company. But there was no link between them and the market, the international market and the farmers. And you left a big gap. And it has taken a lot of work. And I credit the Cocoa Research, the Research Center, Winston Rudder when he was chairman, Professor Uma from UWI, Darren Suku, our judge at the international competitions, and the hard-working farmers in this country for Trinidad and Tobago, very recently, retaining yet again our fine flavor status as the international market continues to put pressure on small producers like us to eliminate that status that gives us a competitive advantage in premium cocoa around the world. A simple thing as coconut water. Coconut water. I listen to Ralph Maraj talking all the time about estates and East Coast and so on. But let me tell you something that you allowed. You allowed a company, the irony of it, TABA, Trinidad and Tobago Agribusiness Association, TABA. But you allowed TABA for years under your watch to bring into Trinidad from Dominican Republic coconut water and put it into the supermarkets with a Trinidad and Tobago flag on it. Depriving people around this country, farmers who are in coconut business, of having that type of market. And that is coconut water. Coconut water. Imported vegetables, you made school feeding program 100% import. You went to a single provider, a provider who provided vegetables, fruit, toilet paper, napkins, fork, container, everything. And what have we done? Immediately instructed the school feeding program to ensure that those contractors who provide meals for the program use local suppliers and local farmers for their produce. And we've gone a step further. COVID created an opportunity for us to do what this PNM government wanted to do a long time ago, because we recognized that we were part of the problem. We were part of the problem. When the state purchases for its hospitals, for its military, law enforcement, everybody, every part of the state that buys, even this parliament, they purchase foreign, imported. And we recognize that the way the food service industry is structured, the imports come in, it's easy to handle, it's vacuum packed, it's frozen, and it's easy to handle. And in the budget and in the use of the 500 million, we've said we want to take the next step of allowing the farmers to do value added to compete with the imported products to the extent that we cannot limit through tariff or other means the importation. But that school feeding, we moved part of this food card program into the veggie box program. All of you, your members of parliament in the other place benefited from it, and the constituents. A 90-pound package of locally produced fruits and vegetables, 90 pounds with 2 locally produced chickens on the table of the persons in this country who are most vulnerable. And we've gone further now. In the absence of the food available in the schools, the Ministry of Social Development and Family, alongside the Ministry of Education, they're working to take that same veggie package and put it at the homes of those persons who would normally access the food. Even the imported vehicles, even the vehicles under our incentive program, the incentive program became so one-sided, poorly managed, became so one-sided that more than 60% of the incentives went for vehicle reimbursements, and in many cases, those vehicles were not tied to actual food production. And we've cleaned that up. We've also introduced the agri-incentive, and I say, Senator Nakhid, you wouldn't know, but 2 persons from Tunapuna just recently in the last 10 days, 2 persons from Tunapuna came and collected their incentive, the agri-incentive, which allows us to reward persons with good projects, persons who want a specific intervention, and persons who are performing, to reward them through a grant to continue to boost their production, improve their farms, improve their food safety, improve their branding, their packaging, improve the quality of their product, and allow them to compete. And finally, in this thing about import permits, several things, that planned quarantine, you paid no attention to that as a government. You had the opportunity, because you saw the abuse taking place with planned quarantine officers running up over time and making over. When I came in as minister, September 2015, I met $3 million in overtime expenses to be paid out. And that caused me to commission an audit into planned quarantine. And among the many things that audit found, it was found that since 2013, under your administration, there was a change in the administration of this container examination that planned quarantine officers do. And the change was that the persons importing the container was supposed to pay the overtime of the planned quarantine officers. And having changed that in 2013, you did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it continued to be an expense of the state. And the audit led to significant changes. And I'll tell you the significant changes in the context of digital transformation. We fought hard to get those planned quarantine officers to use a tablet. When they were first given the tablet, they refused to use it because the tablet will cause them to enter the information in real time. Being GPS enabled, we will know where they went. Not that we want to know their business, we will know that they went to an examination of a container and they refused. And I congratulate the public servants in the ministry who fought that battle because they understood the importance. And Senator John, you would be happy to know, in January this year, we had no import permit application that was being processed by a mobile app. And COVID forced us to accelerate that. And by the time we got to August, 98% of import permit applications are processed using the technology. In fact, we went paperless in June. We made the changes. The planned quarantine officers who are there are those who are willing to use the tablet. And the ones who are not willing have been moved out to other parts of the ministry. And I could list for you all the changes, the waiting time, the time it takes to process being halved, all those things. And one area that digital transformation has already made an impact, it is not something new, has made an impact. It is in that area of import permits, plant quarantine, processing containers, and dealing with people. The waiting time when I came in, people could apply. Senator Singh will tell you about the many, many complaints he got from La Vega, Bert Manning. La Vega, you apply to bring, you want to bring in some exotic fruit or exotic plant, you want to introduce it to Trinidad, and you wait years, and you wait years, and you hear nothing. And we have been able now to reduce the time for processing of a plant import permit to 5 days. 5 days from years. If you want to bring in seeds or planting material, and it is from a country with which we are familiar, a country that we understand, and we have dealings in relation to pest risks and so on, it could be as short as 5 days. Madam President, it is important that I say that at 500 million, it's housed in the Ministry of Finance for a simple reason. When you're in government, you would understand that it is very bureaucratic for the government. It is not easy to give away money in the public system, you know. It is easy to, anyway, let me not say that. But it is not easy to give away money. It is not easy to administer things like grants and incentives and so on. And we found that we could remove a significant part of the bureaucracy if the funding is housed at the Ministry of Finance, from which the ultimate payment must come. So that, Madam President, I want to say very quickly, these are the 32 projects that we intend to use some of that 500 million for. The first is in the area of state land, and I've talked about land and land tenure and so on. This is not new. From 2015 to 2020, we spent more than $15 million. And that money was spent on, first, building a new IT infrastructure in the ministry. And secondly, moving to this thing called electronic files and digitalized records. Because I've spoken so many times about the manual, this file that I myself have to be toting around for every land transaction. We started work on the 30,000 agriculture files, of which we've reached 10,000, and we believe that the 500 million will allow us to fund the acceleration of that project. Madam President, something that has not been addressed is in the transition from Caroni, because I will not go into Senator Nakhid's spurious allegation relating to Caroni, because as I said, he was not here. I was there. You cannot tell me that in 2003, when we closed Caroni, Caroni was self-sufficient, or Caroni was a major food producer. Caroni was past being on a lifeline in 1992, when the current Prime Minister was Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. He gave Caroni yet another boost. It's called the tripartite report. And somebody in the other place stood up and say that the tripartite report was never implemented. Well, that person was not wrong. The most important thing in the tripartite report, it was the first $1 billion write-off of a state enterprise debt in this country. And it allowed Caroni's balance sheet to be reset, removing that liability and allowing Caroni to be able to raise its own money. Caroni, from raising its own money through bonds, Caroni went into the process, an annual process of pre-selling the crop and funding its needs in order to raise the crop in the first place. But when Caroni was closed down, Caroni was now food basket. Caroni was barely producing sugar, and all the diversification projects in Caroni had failed. And a relic of that is those farmers, those former cane farmers who worked on behalf of Caroni 975 Limited. All those lands are out there. All those lands are out there still, unsurveyed, without lease. I don't know the condition of all of them. I know some of them. And you know the funny thing about it is that those lands are not on the corridor. Those lands are in opposition-held constituencies. And I'm not going to go through that. Particularly Tabaquite, Gasparillo, Pointe-à-Pierre, right down to South Trinidad. And part of that $500 million is going to be used to commence the regularization of those persons who were former Caroni farmers. Because I am confident that those persons who formerly planted cane and were in agriculture like that have remained in some form of agriculture, and their families are farming families, and given a lease, they would be able to make the investment, and more importantly, the family will be able to make the long-term commitment to remain in agriculture. But there's a second part of the land tenure that I've been talking about, Madam President, and this relates to this call for more land and this call for land to be allocated to new persons. Well, I could tell you, from 2015 to 2020, apart from some specific agricultural projects that the government wished to support, we have been unable to grant a new agricultural lease to a new applicant. And that is simply because we've been trying to deal with all those 60 years of applications, of approvals, of cabinet approvals in the thousands that had never been implemented. But in order to distribute new land, what we have to do is deal with what is allocated already. And the starting point for me was to ask the EMBD to look at those 3,124 or 34 parcels which they developed for the Caroni VSEP for distribution, the 2-acre parcels. And I was not surprised that by the time EMBD came back to me after an extensive audit of that 3,100 and something plots, only 16% could be said to be in any form of agriculture. It means that 2,622 plots developed by the taxpayers, the cost of development and the value of the 2,622 2-acre plots is about $4 billion. That is money that we have spent as taxpayers. That is money when we moved to the closure of the sugar industry. We contemplated that as part of the transition, those workers who worked in Caroni will use these 2-acre parcels, and they would be able to contribute to the food supply in this country. And if 2,622, and I haven't gone to the full amount yet, this is just one section, the ones developed by EMBD. And if the failure to grow food in the manner contemplated by that public policy decision, if that is what is happening out there, I have said as minister that EMBD will move to terminate those leases, retake those lands, and distribute it to persons in this country who are serious and desirous of growing food to feed this population and setting off the imports that we have. And that is important. But I know that not many, certainly in 2010 to 2015, that would not have been contemplated. What you did in that period is that you made it easier for those lands to move out of the hands of the Caroni workers into the hands of persons who are nothing more than investors, landholders, and land grabbers, waiting for the day that some government or minister of convenience comes along and you are able to change that agricultural limitation and allow for industrial, commercial, and housing. And eventually, when we are complete with that EMBD exercise, and the second part of it, another 3,000 and something 2-acre parcels were developed for the Commissioner of State Lands to do the distribution to the Caroni workers. When we finish that, I am going to come back to the same house and tell you that there are people in this country who own 100 of those 2-acre parcels, and there are people in this country who own 50 of those 2-acre parcels with nothing on it. And I'll also tell you that the opposition to property tax in this country is linked to the true ownership of state land, particularly Caroni 2-acre parcels and Caroni residential land. Wait for me to come back with that. You want to know what the $500 million is for? Part of that $500 million going towards that exercise to protect that $4 billion that these taxpayers in this country, on the East-West Corridor, in Cora, in Tobasso, in Kachipal, they fork out to give those lands to those Caroni workers. That is what the money is for. We have critical places like Plumita, a real food basket in this country, Plumita, with infrastructure issues, many of them being addressed. But for example, the pumps in Plumita, because Plumita has a complex water management system linked to the proximity of the River Swamp and also linked to the East Coast and the interaction between the water on the land and the water that goes out to the sea. Senator Nakhid, you took note? And all we need is another $9 million to complete that project. That will be funded
Minister,
out of the $500
you have
million.
5 more minutes.
The road repair, access road repair, it's been a while. And we don't need no MOU or anything with Rural Development Ministry or Rural Development Company. This government knows what it has to do. We've been around long. And we know what we have to do. And the access roads are going to be repaired on a phased basis. So for this financial year, we intend to do 100 kilometers of road in the areas of Toko, Sangre Grande, Tunapuna, St. Joseph, Talparo, Las Lomas, Tabakit, Paramin, on the north coast, Oropuch, Barakpo. Madam President, I want to close by saying this. COVID allowed us a wake-up. On the very first debate on any COVID issue, I said the only thing we know about COVID is the uncertainty about COVID. That is all that we know. But the farmers of this country, the people who talk about the farmers, because I always say, every time you say nothing going on, they ain't doing nothing. You are demotivating them, the farmers of this country, because we are able to keep those markets open. And the citizens of this country who went out and supported local farmers and made sure that they filled their fridges with local produce, they demonstrated that we have enough food in this country to feed ourselves. And we have the capacity, the farming capacity and the land availability and the government in place to increase our production so that Trinidad and Tobago once more takes its place as an exporter to the diaspora that has always been demanding our produce. And what COVID taught us, that those persons who got very keen on farming, those persons who developed their home gardens, the growth in Trinbago, the seeds were distributed here. And we had senators and members of parliament showing the way of what we could do around our homes. That is what this country needs. Just as I opened my fridge this morning, Madam President, and took a package of milk produced in Valsain by Trinidad and Tobago workers. Milk, a package filled with milk from a farm somewhere in this country, getting money from Nestle and the government to feed themselves and send their children to school. Just as I reached in the fridge this morning, and I picked one item from it. If we all do that, it's not the 4 billion, 5 billion food import bill. Watch your cupboard and watch your fridge. And think about all those farmers and food producers, all those young persons. Go in the farmers market and watch how many of them are drawn to local food production. If you look at your fridge and your cupboard and you make the decision to put in there things produced here by hands that live here, to support families that live here, we will get that food import down. Madam President, I thank you very much.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President, for recognizing me and allowing me the opportunity to make a contribution to what will be my 6th budget presentation. Seems like just yesterday I was nervously fumbling through my first presentation in 2015. My presentation on this year's national budget is titled, and I'm quoting liberally from Dr. Martin Luther King's famous speech. The title of my presentation is I Have a Dream. Subtitled, Building Sustainable Bridges for the Future in Trinidad and Tobago. And I have to, before I start my substantive contribution, commend my colleagues, including Senators Deanna Ryan, C. Prasad, Welch, and others on the independent bench for what I consider very thought-provoking contributions. I have to admit, I asked myself in the last couple of weeks, looking at the debate in the other place, what is the point of this process? And what are we hoping to accomplish during these debates? And are we working on behalf of and in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago? But let's ask ourselves honestly, are we? Are we really serving the people? All the people. I mean, every creed and every race, every sector, equitably. All the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to the best of our individual and collective abilities. Have we really championed the needs of the vulnerable, the poor, the homeless, the elderly, those being abused, the sick and indigent, socially displaced, the differently abled, children with special needs, and children with learning disabilities? Even those who are incarcerated, and on remand for up to 15 years awaiting trials, languishing in the nation's prisons, in many cases in squalid conditions? Or do these groups matter less than other groups in Trinidad and Tobago? I ask myself this question, or these questions. Does every creed and race really find an equal place in Trinidad and Tobago? So what's the budget? Several of my colleagues before have asked the question. Most of us come to think of it in Trinidad and Tobago as that annual 3-year presentation by the Minister of Finance. We outline the state of the country's economy, our revenue positions, our expenditure profiles, our debt profiles, projects. And I agree with my colleague, Senator C. Prasad, and others, that in its most humanistic incarnation, it should be about people. People in Trinidad and Tobago and how these measures will impact them for the next year. And I noticed something this year quite interesting, that most contributors, unlike in the past, didn't really focus too much on numbers, because we've come to realize that the numbers are just projections, and in many cases depend on the cash flows the minister has at his disposal and the ability to disperse funds if and when those cash flows become available. We also get a sense from the budget on where the government's focus will be in terms of development. The mechanisms in the public sector outlining how government intends to generate revenues and continue to rein in expenditure. And this particular administration has done quite a good job in the 11th Parliament, and certainly from what I can see in this one, in terms of reining in expenditure, because we are obviously in quite difficult economic times. While I acknowledge and commend the work done by the government in managing, like every other country around the world, the challenges in relation to COVID-19, this pandemic has certainly presented challenges to every country, every government, to try to protect lives, provide health care for those infected with COVID-19, and those who have other health challenges, in our case, in a parallel healthcare system. Additionally, to provide financial support to vulnerable groups, persons, businesses. Also equally important, keeping the country in as much as possible an economically stable condition, and provide, to me very importantly, hopefully, rays of hope for a population that in many ways is very, very concerned about the future, is frightened, anxious, looking for guidance and the way forward. In the age of COVID-19, I admit I expected, in addition to stabilization and support mechanisms, more of a clearer outline of a roadmap to the future. The document, to me, while providing clear measures for support, which are really commendable, lacks a certain level of transformative ingenuity. It's guilty of, to a certain degree, of some level of improvidence and creativity and imagination and innovation. So what is innovation? That's a question many people have tried to define in many ways. I thought, because of the pandemic, we would seize the opportunity to even re-engineer our vision for the country, because the world has and continues to change drastically every single day at a very rapid rate. But it's not too late. Many countries around the world are, in addition to thinking outside the proverbial box, remodeling the box itself. So innovation. We've heard from Honorable Minister of Agriculture that we've been able to do many, many things that COVID has allowed us to do. But I ask myself, why did we have to wait for COVID to do so many of these things? We knew that the country was facing difficult times, and to have to wait for the catalyst of a global pandemic confuses me. So we've had to be innovative. What is innovation? Well, there's several types of innovation. Disruptive, which is the pandemic has caused, incremental, architectural, and radical. Innovation to products, services, what we produce, what we sell as a country, the services we provide, exceeding customer expectations, the process by which we make the products and services, the management, including business strategies, systems, and structures, working beyond boundaries, and actually identifying new markets. and elements of innovation, including collaboration, very important in our structured society where the private sector is very important, ideation, the formation of ideas, implementation, which we have a serious deficit within Trinidad and Tobago, and value creation. There are many measures that are commendable in the 2021 fiscal package. One of the recent announcements include two commendable, but to me reactionary announcements, including the liberalization of the local fuel sector and the proposed sale of NP gas stations and its impact on the fuel subsidy. I think it's commendable, and I understand there's a committee in place looking at the various options available in that regard, because we could not have continued that fuel subsidy situation indefinitely, particularly in terms of what we face with decreased revenues. Also, very commendable and extremely timely. I had the pleasure of interviewing CEO of the Energy Chamber, Dr. Dax Driver, recently, who indicated, and also the Minister of Finance in his presentation earlier on last week, the announcement of this country finally and definitively moving in the direction and in a large scale so of renewable energies and solar energy. And BP and Shell in a joint bid for renewable energy project in Trinidad and Tobago. Speaking at the opening of BP's Statistical Review of World Energy, Claire Fitzpatrick, regional president of BPTT, announced BP had submitted a bid to the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries for commercial-scale solar power project with partners Lightsource, BP, and Shell. And Minister of Finance, in his budget presentation in the other place, indicated there will be a 10% renewable energy quotient in Trinidad and Tobago by 2021. A 130 megawatt roughly equates to 10% of the demand for electricity in Trinidad and Tobago. I think that is extremely commendable, because we've all heard the comments and the references to the Paris Accord, and it didn't seem like Trinidad and Tobago, unlike other Caribbean counterparts, was moving in that direction fast enough. So that, to me, is extremely commendable, and I think that is one of the measures announced in the budget that I was really happy about, because it speaks to us understanding where the world is going, where renewable energies are concerned, is concerned, and understanding we have to put our house in order, because there'll be less and less dependence on hydrocarbon energy sources in the future. So when you see huge hydrocarbon companies like BP and Shell getting into joint ventures for renewable energy in Trinidad and Tobago, it signals their global stamp on renewable energies. It's also commendable the announcement to establish internet cafes around the country. A great idea. Innovative maybe 10 years ago. Today, not so much. Quite reactionary. In the modern society, forward-thinking countries have established nationwide Wi-Fi at different levels. And I know there's an announcement for 5G, nationwide Wi-Fi, in this budget. But in the age of pandemics, and most of the global experts have predicted that we should expect this to be the first of many global pandemics, what happens to those internet cafes? No one will be able to visit them. Interestingly enough, the announcement of nationwide Wi-Fi at different levels has been quite pronounced in 2015 presentation and 2016 presentation by then Minister of Communication, Maxi Coffey. It's never materialized. We have to ask ourselves why this deficit of implementation in Trinidad and Tobago. And think for a moment, if we had actually accomplished that, those announcements in the 2015 and 2016 budget of having national accessible Wi-Fi, particularly in rural communities, what a fillip that would have been in terms of providing goods and services and education when the pandemic finally struck. Again, a significant cost to the country of a lack of implementation of important policy announcements by a particular government or several governments in the past. We have to move past that. We have to become much more accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago when successive governments make announcements of these types and do not follow through on them. Wi-Fi needs to be considered in this day and age as basic as electricity. As basic as electricity if we are to consider ourselves able to compete on a global level. And there's several iterations, and I know Senator Backus made the announcement of what the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation will be doing in terms of trying to put a system in place. There are several tiers that exist in several different countries. Free on the first hand, which is a basic service where you can send text messages. You can receive a basic service. There's a second and third tier of commercial internet areas when it happens, so that people are connected as a matter of national security and safety if and when global disruptions like a pandemic hit, and also for the provision of goods and services, government goods and services, and private sector goods and services across the country. Another important announcement, I think, is the measure, and for different reasons, to curtail the importation of new and used motor cars for many reasons, including the drain on forex and what the Honorable Minister of Finance described as the over preponderance of cars in Trinidad and Tobago. But let's do a little critical thinking here. Why is there such a big demand for new and used cars in Trinidad and Tobago? It's because of our abysmal public transportation system. If we had an efficient, dependable, reliable public transportation system, there would be no need for everyone to want to buy a car. There are some jurisdictions, New York, London, where people have so become for decades accustomed to efficient modes of public transportation that they don't even think of buying their private vehicle because it is always there and dependable and reliable. The reason that we flock to the new car dealerships and the used car dealerships is because people need to get around, and they simply cannot depend on what has become endemic in our country in terms of a really weak public transportation network. And PTSC in this iteration is the state entity that in other countries has gone to thinking beyond the box. So I mentioned at the start of my presentation that it's titled, I Have a Dream. Well, I have a dream for PTSC and several other state entities. I have a dream that in the age of big data use, apps, Uber, we're looking at the huge potential of state entity like PTSC. And if we're visionary, we can think of PTSC as offering many services: basic, efficient, punctual, regular, national public transportation. It's not a bus service. It's a public transportation entity, including the basic service, higher luxury transportation services, including maybe limousines, vehicle rentals, taxis for smaller numbers of people, like Uber has done. Imagine for a second PTSC has an app that can tell users where the bus is, what time it's coming, how regular the service is, if there are interruptions. In this day and age, that is possible. Why hasn't PTSC provided that kind of information to its client base so that they know about the service? In addition to that, the terminal business in most metropolises has become big business for transportation entities like PTSC. I know they've tried in some cases with Citygate in terms of the old edifice, the original edifice, being this wonderful colonial edifice, and they've added stuff to it. But if anyone has any pride in their country will know that Citygate in its entirety is substandard. And no one is going to dive into public transportation to pass through those kinds of substandard edifices and use a public transportation system. And we don't need a rapid rail as has been projected. We need an efficient transportation system with several central hubs around the country, inclusive of parking for persons who want to leave their villages and towns and homes and park there and access public service. And I'll go a step further. And this may be considered sacrilege and blasphemy in some private sector circles. Imagine PTSC as a public transportation entity offering diversified services, being the service provider of choice for the nation's prisons, working with the prisons service to provide the expertise in inmate management and providing the service at the cost of, I think, to the state, depending on who you listen to, of 25 million to 90 million a year to a private sector company. I'm not against private sector companies, but I'm talking about the possible diversification of services offered by PTSC, or for the courts, or for several other state entities, including the parliament, to move us around, to move parliamentarians around. If, and I'm using PTSC as an example of what a state enterprise can become if we're visionary and we're willing to do the work. It's not a bus service. It has become that, but it's a public transportation entity with limitless possibilities. Transportation hubs around the world. Many of us have traveled. Rental places, entertainment, restaurant segments. Imagine if Citygate was what it could and should be. We would go to Citygate for lunch. We would use PTSD as a public transportation mechanism and stop off, they have lunch or dinner or whatever, and go on to our next destination. But we won't, because the service is quite frankly substandard. And I know I'm sounding like I'm beating up on PTSD, but I'm really not. I'm just trying to show the potential of state enterprise that have become a burden on the economy that can do so much better if we remodel our thinking or re-engineer our thinking. If we are, what's that word? Innovative. If we actually apply what we say we're going to do and think outside the box or remodel the box itself. I also think what is very commendable is the movement of the entrepreneurial division from the Ministry of Labor to the newly formed Ministry of Youth under the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines. I think it's a great decision. But how are we going to actually ensure that this results in measurable numbers of new sustainable businesses, particularly startups for young businessmen and women in Trinidad and Tobago? We've had NETCO for many, many years, and I've asked over and over, why have we dispersed billions of dollars over the last 10, 15 years to NETCO in investment in small businesses without any mechanism for business mentorship sustainably and monitoring and measuring of the success or failure of these businesses? Do we have any idea, after all the investment, of the success or failure rate of NETCO? To make a real decision as to whether is this working or not, to continue investing in it? So now we move it to a new ministry, and I'm wondering what is going to be different about this? What's going to make the difference in us saying, okay, we're moving it to the Ministry of Youth, and I can't remember the whole, I apologize. But are we saying after investing $500 or $200 million, that in 3 years or 5 years, we're going to have 15 or 20 businesses in X and Y sectors that will contribute to a particular growth pool in Trinidad and Tobago? Are we doing that kind of analysis? Or is it just throwing money on the wall and hoping it will stick and something magical will happen? We can't continue doing the same thing the same way and expect different results. In the past years, there's been quite a significant gap in the minister's revenue projections and deficit projections. Debt to GDP ratio is now projected to be 80% in 2020. And any researcher or scholar in economics will tell you, in principle, there's nothing really devastating about having an 80% debt to GDP ratio, you know. But the debt to GDP ratio cannot be at the expense of investing in productive enterprise as opposed to paying off interest rates on loans and running recurrent expenditures. So if we say the debt to GDP ratio is 80% and we know a significant portion of that, or a portion that, I mean not say significant, because we have our running tabs, will be placed into productive new enterprise areas for real diversification, that word in Trinidad and Tobago again, then it makes sense, because there are some countries whose debt to GDP ratio have reached over 100%. But part of that is aimed at really generating new growth poles in those countries and not just going toward paying off existing debt and interest rates. And we really have no real idea from many speakers, including Senator Diana Ryan, as to what our real debt profile is in this country. We have snippets of it here and there. The national budget at this point in our country's history presents an opportunity for the government to present to the population the economic lay of the land and challenges, but also, most importantly, as I outlined before in an example with PTSE, the opportunities, the framework, and the plan, and the direction for the country in the short, medium, and long term. In short, it's a master plan. Over 500 state agencies, entities, and enterprises, adding different layers of bureaucracy for many, many decades, I'm not even laying this at the feet of the present government. Have we really done an analysis of what these state enterprises, agencies, present state is, and do we really need all of them? Are they presently fulfilling the mandates that they may have been created 15 or 20 years before? And are we deciding to make a comprehensive, critical plan to cull the ones that are not working effectively? Or are we going to continue paying for letterheads and stamps and salaries that don't make any positive contribution to our GDP or our country, which in many cases of these 500 plus, they're doing? There's some and agencies on that balance sheet that I don't even know what they do. You look at the names of some of them, okay, what is this for? How long has it been here, and how much money have we spent in the last 20 years on it? We need to take a look at that. And there are models that we can adopt. They are very successful examples of this country taking entities like, for example, a good example is TT Post, bringing in specialized expertise. In the case of TT Post, I do believe the expertise came from New Zealand, setting up a system and a structure and a model for efficiency and productivity, understanding what is the core service you're providing and expanding. TT Post is an excellent example of a state enterprise that has gone from a situation of drawing down on the consolidated fund and the country's coffers to really making an efficient contribution to providing a service in Trinidad and Tobago and running properly. So there are ways. Why can't WASA, TSTT, and others do the same? Why can't we take critical looks at them and do the same? I think, quite frankly, TSTT is in a perfect position as the state telecommunication provider in the age of the internet, where the internet has now become so ubiquitous with every aspect of our lives, to provide the groundwork and the foundation for a robust internet, Wi-Fi system and technological backbone for the country, if it is engineered the right way. The question is, why have we accepted this over the years? Quite recently, at the Ministry of Finance's Spotlight on the Economy, Professor Jerry Brooks, speaking at the forums, suggested the country's state agencies should be looking at supplying services in the region. An excellent idea, because we need to look beyond for new markets. But how can we even begin to provide services in other markets where we can't even provide services for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? We have to fix here first. I want to move quickly to my pet area, as you well know by now, education. And my adjuration and cry is not really to denounce the government, because I'm laying these concerns the defeat of successive governments. It is really for us to be innovative, transformative, Promethean in our thinking, inspired. So I have a dream for the education sector in Trinidad and Tobago. And part of what I think we should look at doing, and I'm being very bold, I apologize for that, is renaming some of these ministries to really put on the front burner the mandate. I want to rename the Education Ministry, the Ministry of Education, Training, and Citizen Development. Because that's what the ministry is really doing, developing the kind of citizen we want in Trinidad and Tobago. Not waiting until they fall through the cracks and the gangs grab them to try to do the remedial work, but really looking at each citizen from the time they're born all through different stages of their life and identifying what they need, because not because you're 40, 50, or 60 years old, you don't need some kind of training. The world is changing rapidly, and I'll draw some examples from the Singaporean model as to how their budgetary allocation and presentation in 2021 looks at how they intend to arm their citizenry at every stage with retraining for the digital arena. I have to tell you that education is the great equalizer in any society, and that's why I have a dream for education. If the education sector understands its critical role and function, and by the way, I welcome and congratulate incoming Minister Dr. Nian Gatsby-Dolly and Minister Lisa Morris-Julian to the portfolios, I think, without casting any aspersion. They both bring a breath of fresh air. And I can't tell you the pain and concern, Mr. Vice President, I've felt for so many young people in this country, even before the pandemic, in terms of the system failing them, because we have an archaic philosophy or mindset in Trinidad and Tobago, where, as opposed to understanding that the child hasn't failed, or the learner hasn't failed, or learner has failed, that the system has failed the learner. And we have entire educational districts, as recently identified in the newspapers, failing or underperforming. It can't be the children. It's the system. Something is going wrong. And the education system, according to our constitution in Trinidad and Tobago, is predicated on the rights of every citizen to receive an education that is appropriate for them. And that was important because it means every learner may have different educational needs. Minister Gatsby-Dolly recently indicated that 90% of students are now being engaged online in online learning. We've gone through this transition during the pandemic. And, you know, we really have to disaggregate that 90% benchmark that Minister Gatsby-Dolly has identified. And we have to ask ourselves, okay, 90% engaged. Engaged how? Engaged in one connection, engaged twice per week, 2 hours, 3 times per week. Have we put mechanisms in place to see if this engagement is productive in the present environment? We know there's a device problem in some instances that is being remedied by both the state and and private sector, and commendations to the government and the private sector for really stepping up to the plate in many cases and donating much needed devices. But in addition to device issues, we have connectivity issues, consistent connectivity issues. And many of the stakeholders, including Tutor, the National Parent Teachers Association, and the National Principals Association, have provided contradictory information because they are the ones who are on the ground with the learners to this 90% benchmark as identified. And even if we accept the 90% benchmark as being engaged, what is the level of engagement? So we really have to look at that 90% numbers. There also needs to be, I have also a dream for the nation's teachers in this environment to be provided the type of support they need, because online learning is not face-to-face learning. Imagine for a second if you were a teacher in this country and you normally have 25 to 30 students in front of you in a classroom, trying to manage those students' learning needs and their behavioral issues. It's already a challenge. Translate that to online and think if the same protocol will work. It won't. In New York State in August, according to the New York Daily News of September 22nd, 2020, New York State in August sent out a call for an additional 6,000 to 7,000 teachers because they understood the online learning environment is much different to the face-to-face and you would need additional support. Have we done this for our teachers? Part-time teachers, special needs teachers, support staff, to help teachers who are, in many cases, before the Honorable Prime Minister's announcement this past week, are all at home, also managing their own households with their own challenges. So imagine a teacher who is now required to manage his or her class online for 6 or 7 hours in a day and having 2 or 3 children and managing them and their learning protocols also. Have we considered their own situations? Have we sent out a call for retirees who are competent or trained to come back part-time to add support to the teaching body in Trinidad and Tobago? Or in many cases, who would probably give up their time freely because they want to contribute to the well-being of our young people in Trinidad and Tobago. These are things we need to consider. I want to draw to your attention a really sad situation that occurred. And it speaks to providing, my dream for providing adequate special needs education in Trinidad and Tobago, which even before the pandemic was less than stellar. We have a stated inclusive policy in Trinidad and Tobago. And an inclusive policy, for those who may not know, means that as far as possible, provisions and support systems are made available and accommodations for children with special needs and with learning disabilities in the regular classroom setting with neurotypical students as far as possible. And when we keep talking about disbursements to the school for the blind or the school for the deaf or this agency, that is not in keeping with global best practice with inclusive education. It is continuing the same paradigm because at the end of the day, these learners have to come out and live and operate in the regular world. So that's why best practice is the inclusive system, not only in statement, but in practice. I'm quoting from the Newsday, Monday, 28th January, 2019. Dr. Radhika Mahes, who is the founder of Autism TT. Quote, last week there was a case where Rihanna Reed, an 11-year-old girl who was diagnosed with autism, fell from her apartment building and was hospitalized. And this is January 20th, and this is before the pandemic struck us. It was revealed that Rihanna, along with her 13-year-old brother, who was also diagnosed with autism, were not enrolled at any educational institute. The then Education Minister Anthony Garcia expressed surprise that Rihanna was not attending school and later stated that the ministry is developing a plan to have teachers trained properly to deal with special needs children. Quote, then Minister, we are going to pay special emphasis to the children who experience a wide range of disabilities. Apart from the delivery of quality education, one of the pillars we are addressing in the education system this year is on access. Now, I'm very sorry, but in 2019, to me, it's unacceptable and inadequate that we were now looking at providing provisions for special needs when the data suggests that, and this is from a survey done by registered members of Autism Support TT with children ages 3 to 21 years, 61% of all those with autism are currently not attending any kind of formal educational institution. The survey of multidisciplinary needs of our children with autism spectrum disorder, parents and caregivers perspective within Trinidad Tobago notes that children with ASD, autism spectrum disorder, attending SWRHA clinics, 41.6% are enrolled in private schools, not state schools. 16.6% are in a public school, 16.6 alone. 8.3% are homeschooled, and 31.6% have no schooling at all, almost 1/3. And that's why I asked the question earlier on, does every creed and race really find an equal place in Trinidad and Tobago? These are among the most vulnerable groups in our society, and they are no less entitled to a quality, appropriate education than any other learner in this country. And we've been failing them abysmally. We have to rectify this. Mr. Vice President, how much more time do I have, if you can tell me? Sorry?
14 past 1.
40, oh, let me move on quickly. I want to quickly go to the issue of digitalization and the importance of it. I have a dream for real digital transformation in Trinidad and Tobago, and there are so many opportunities in the digital realm. Digital advances have generated enormous wealth in record time, but the wealth has been concentrated in and around small numbers of individuals, companies, and countries. Unlike current policies and regulations, this trajectory is likely to continue, further contributing to rising inequality. As great as digitalization is, if systems and regulations aren't put in place, it widens the gaps in societies because of the inability of some sectors in society to access the benefits of digital services. The digital economy will require a range of new and different skills and new generation of social protection policies and new relations between work and leisure. Inclusivity is essential to building a digital economy that delivers services and opportunities for all. New technologies, especially artificial intelligence, will inevitably lead to a major shift in labor markets, including the disappearance of jobs in some sectors. And let me give an example of how I feel digitalization can aid in the education sector. Imagine for a moment that we in Trinidad and Tobago, and I commend the minister in the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, Senator the Honorable Alston West, who indicated that
Senator,
a unique
you have 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Already? Thank you, Mr. Vice President. That a unique digital ID will be provided to each citizen of this country. Imagine for a moment, and that we, from the time a child is born, I know it may sound a bit totalitarian and big brotherish, but that's the way the world is going, and we already have numbers assigned to us anyway. Assigned to a child from the time they're born, and the system allows for teachers, parents, and caregivers to input on a weekly or monthly basis data related to that child's health status, their education status, their test scores. At a moment's notice, the Education Ministry can provide and enact algorithms to see if this particular child is failing consistently or underperforming, so that remedial action can be identified before they reach the SEA. In a matter of weeks, interventions can be identified or problem cases can be identified, and we use big data and data collection and analysis to do that. Imagine for a moment that is possible under a digitalized society. The problem with it is that Trinidad and Tobago, and I will quickly go through where we are. There are several stages to digitalization, and we are only at the second stage, and I'm rushing here now because, right. So the stages of digitalization in a sample of 150 countries on a scale of 1 to 100, with 100 being the most advanced, falls into 4 stages, right? Constrained, emerging, transitional, and advanced. Trinidad and Tobago falls into the category called the constrained economies, and those with a digitization score of below 25, facing challenges in realizing basic digitization building blocks, such as widespread access and affordability. In these nations, services remain expensive and limited in reach. Trinidad and Tobago is in emerging economies. I apologize. So constrained is the first one, emerging is the second one. Those with a score of 25 to 30 largely have addressed the affordability challenge and have achieved significant progress in providing affordable and widespread access. However, the reliability of service and emerging digitization gaps remains on par. The other 2 stages which are advanced are transitional, which encompass those countries with a digitizing range of 30 to 40, and advanced, where they start to make use of the digitalization. And how is it measured? In terms of ubiquity, the extent to which consumers and enterprises have universal access, affordability, reliability, usability, and skill. The growth in digital economy is exacerbating digital exclusion, inequality, and adverse incorporation. And I really wish I had more time, because I can tell you that part of my presentation aimed at looking at the nexus between digital economies and creative industries, and the fact that we in Trinidad and Tobago have not really capitalized on the issue of understanding the size of the digital economy. UNCTA reported that world exports in visual arts and creative products have more than doubled in a decade, from US $10.3 billion in 1996 to US $22.1 billion back in 2005. Imagine where it is today. We have not put systems in place to properly capitalize on the creative sector as an infinite, inexhaustible contributor to GDP in Trinidad and Tobago, including creative sector stakeholders, increased access to digital infrastructure, copyright provisions, and taxation of the digital enterprise. Because while we in Trinidad and Tobago and in developing countries just accept that Google and Amazon can operate here without a taxation regime, the more developed countries are putting taxation regimes in place to tax the big companies for access to their citizens. And we have to be looking at that in Trinidad and Tobago. Music and performing arts, film, television, radio, advertising, marketing, software development, interactive content, writing, publishing, print media, architecture, design, and visual arts. In our case, mass, pan, soca, chutney, the gamut. The opportunities are endless. And we have not in Trinidad and Tobago looked at it in that sort of profitable way, in that sort of productive way. The areas that we need to look at is the economic aspect, the multiple aspects of creative goods, the social potential of creative goods, the cultural value, and the sustainable options for it. And I think I've run out of time. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd just like to let Independent Senator Richards know, I know he's upset and special needs children are very close to his heart. But you must remember that if you think back to before 2015, when there was a certain change in the governance of Trinidad and Tobago, special needs children found a very special place through the policies of Kamla Persad-Bissessar and the UNC government. You will understand that special needs grants were given to all special needs children at private schools. This was removed by the PNM government. This was removed, and children, that's why you're seeing 41% attending, because parents were unable to pay. There were autistic grants of $1,500, which were given to all parents of autistic children. These were removed by the People's National Movement government and told that if parents earned a certain level of income, that they would not receive the grant. Whereas the United National Congress believes that once you are special needs, you earn that grant on your own. Furthermore, there was special needs funding in sports. There were sports camps every year for over 7,000 special needs children put on by the best coaches and the best youth officers in Trinidad and Tobago. Those were shuttered and stopped. There was increased funding for Special Olympics and Paralympics under the Kamla Persad-Bissessar government. So when you say rectify the situation, we had a chance on August 10th, and governments have changed and elections have responsibilities and results. So I am sorry, but I hope that your words have fallen on a kinder heart at the Ministry of Education, kinder than the previous administration from 2015 to 2020, so our special needs children may get some service. I just want to check one, check two, make sure that the mic is good and not too high. I've heard every PNM senator come here and say that people love this budget. Oh my goodness, they want to hog up the budget. I was looking to see roses and chocolate. I've heard each and every one of my colleagues across there say, yes, and this is fueled by a media that is friendly to you, and I hope that you enjoy that. But do not be fooled, because the pain is there. The pain is in that little red book of fairy tales. And the mass media, who is friendly to you now, they are crying because somebody's trying to buy them up. Somebody, and they don't know, and they're crying for support. But I will tell you, on this side, the UNC and the 309,000 supporters, we don't get in family business and family squabbles. So if the PNM family is squabbling, and if the PNM family is buying up PNM-friendly media, that is not we, the UNC business. That is PNM business. Because the great theologian Martin Niemöller from Germany, during the war, he was anti-Nazi, anti-Hitler. And he wrote the famous poem, many of you would know it. I did not think they would come for me. And this he went on to say, when I was a communist, they thought I was a communist. They came for the communists, but I was not a communist. So I did not fight. I did not fight. And he went on until he said that eventually they came for me and there was no one else left to fight. So I tell my friends in the media, the Fourth Estate of Trinidad and Tobago, if you lay your bucket down on one side, do not lift it up and call other people to help you lift it and carry it. Because when they came for the UNC with Email Gate, the mass media said, that's okay, let it go. They didn't come for me. When they came for Petrotrin and fired 5,389 workers, a permanent and 6,000 temporary and fence line communities suffer, the mass media said, that's okay, they didn't come for me. When they collapsed the sea bridge, and imagine in this budget, the Minister of Finance had the audacity to say they met a collapsed sea bridge on September 7, 2015. Let me remind the population, because truth seems to be a scarce thing in this country. On September 7, 2015, that government met a super fast Galicia moving super fast. It met a Spirit and an Express which were maintained well and running well. Now, the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport who sits here may not remember because he wasn't in that portfolio at the time. It is the now Minister of Youth, the youngest youth minister I've ever seen. Proud of you all there. You great selection. I've heard some young senators talking here today. I would have chosen them before the youthful now Minister of Youth. But they came for the poor people, and the mass media let it happen. People suffering. And because they didn't come for you, they come now for the drivers. We cannot drive cars because just now the world is going to start churning, and gas price, as the Minister of Energy admitted here 2 days ago, is going to go up. Just going to go up a little. Okay, let's wait and see how much. And the media let it go. They didn't do the analysis. The mass media said, okay, they came for the children, they took their laptops, they took the book grants, they took the school feeding, they took the special needs grants. And the media said, okay, because they didn't come for me. They came for the differently able, now they come for homeowners with property tax. And the media said, well, they're not coming for me. Well, now they come for the media. And in the words of my friend, colleague, and the great legend Sprang Alang, well, mass media, you're on your own. But who buying up the shares? Because the country's suffering 5 years before COVID. Who have money to buy up shares, to buy out media? Who have money to buy out OCM shares? Do you know the answer? I know the answer. Do you feel you have the answer? I wonder now, all your answer now. Elections, every senator in the PNM come out and say, election, we win, we win, we win. I swear it's a landslide. I said they win 41 seats. I didn't know it's 309,000 to 322,000 plus some questionable. We want to see the diaries. But the way they're talking, it's like they win 100 meters like Usain Bolt looking backwards. All right. But remember, in 1988, Ben Johnson won too. And remember in the 2000 Olympics, Marian Jones won a few medals too. And remember in 1973, Haiti beat Trinidad and Tobago in a football match and a referee get banned for life. So all you celebrate? I saw the Honorable Prime Minister showing me his education because I had not seen it in about 40 years. I read books that he was extremely intelligent. But in seeing his policies and debating him, I wasn't seeing it. But I saw a Facebook post a while ago, and I saw that he was showing off his philosophy and his Greek mythology, his education. He said that the TTFA thing was a Pyrrhic victory. He should be well versed in a Pyrrhic victory, because the victory that each and every PNM is boasting about is a Pyrrhic one, because the people out there are suffering, and this red book of fairy tales is the last nail in the coffin of the people out there, and we shall see how it is. Sport has lost. Sport, our national pride. You cut the budget for 5 years from 140 million down to 10 million and come here to say there is a Minister of Sport. In 3 hours and 20 minutes, the Honorable Minister of Finance mentioned the word sport 3 times. I had fought to get sport on the top business end next to energy. In 2013, go back and check the budget. Minister Larry Hawaii spoke about sport in the first 6 minutes of his 2 hour and 48-minute presentation, because sport was there to diversify sport tourism, sport science, sport as an industry, sport profession, to take a piece of the pie of the $2 trillion sport industry. We have gone backwards where we sport. Well, I like to jog too and play a little tennis, but that's not going to do it. Let's just deal with some of my colleague senators. Senator Nigel de Freitas, well now Mr. Vice President on the chair. You speak a brilliant presentation. At first I thought I was going to invite him to come on this side because he thought it was brilliant, it was going good. And then he said, well, poor people have to pivot. And then I had to remind my colleague that poor people can't pivot. They can't even spell pivot. When you're hungry, you can't pivot. You have to go straight, slow, and take your time. And then he spoke about sandals. And he said that sandals was a travesty, that we don't have a sandals. But the Honorable Senator made one distinction, that he did not let the population know. Sandals in Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, sandals in Antigua, sandals in Grenada, St. Lucia, 4 in Barbados, all over. Sandals spend their money. The sandals that somebody wanted to bring that did not involve the then Minister of Tourism, the Senator Randall Mitchell, who was the minister but did not know who was negotiating for sandals. Sandals, P&M style, was with taxpayers' money, $7 billion. That's not the same thing. So it was not that nobody wants sandals. We want slippers, we want shoe, but we want people to invest their money as they've done in other islands. To quote a great Tobagonian, the mighty shadow, what's wrong with me? How sandals spend their money all over in every island, but they don't want to spend in Tobago? What's wrong with me? And just to remind you, I am half Tobagonian and proud. My father is a Tobagonian and my grandfather is Luther Roberts, Principal Roberts. Senator West came to tell us about beauty and brilliant positivity in COVID. That was nice. She spoke about swans swimming in the canals of Venice next to the gondola. Well, I was shocked because when I see my people outside, they can't even see Kobo floating in the Caroni. She said that after COVID, she hopes that there is no traffic. Well, I can assure her that her colleague, the Minister of Finance, and this red book and this budget has ensured that there will be no traffic because the middle class and lower class, over 200,000 vehicles are going to come off the roads once the price per litre goes up to international prices as of November, as the same as November 2019. So there won't be traffic, so they have ensured that. My Senator, the Honorable Avinash Singh, spoke about buy local. He told the population, look in your plate. I like that. Local, anything local I like. The problem with the Times now, after 5 years of a collapsed economy and then COVID on top of it, is that when the citizens look in the plate looking back, P&M turned plate into mirror. Senator Avinash Singh also said Gate, he's bright, he's here in the Senate because of Gate. Gate is wonderful, yes. And I almost was about to thump the desk. I said, yes. But then I look in the yellow books and I see that he's sitting down in a government that cut Gate by a further 35 million while praising Gate. I go back and I research, and under Kamla Prasad Bisesa and Fazal Karim, average spend on Gate per year for the citizens was up at $710 million per year. It peaked at nearly $800 million in 2014. And now it stands at a paltry $400 million. The P&M is half the Gate of Kamla and the UNC. All you take us back to dollar for dollar under Bastille Pandey in 1997. So I could not celebrate with my honorable senator. Senator Franklin Kahn. My mother loved that fellow, you know. 20 years he say in politics. You remember my mother? Well, I'm happy, I must say. She love you, but she up there now. I'm happy she didn't see this budget. You understand? Because she would have called you and she would have said, Frankie, my boy, what you doing, Senator? Right? So I'm happy at least there's some positive in that. He said, what we have with Venezuela, what the UNC have against Venezuela? No sentimos nada mal de la gente venezolana, pero no aceptamos el régimen de Nicolás Maduro, el criminal. That's the truth. We don't have a problem with...
Senator Roberts, please. Can we, if you look at the standing orders, you'll see that we're supposed to be speaking in English. And on top of that, as I walked in, your voice is reverberating throughout the entire chamber. So could I ask you to take it down a little bit, please?
Good afternoon, Madam President. I'm glad you ate your lunch quickly. Thank you. I'll try my best. What we had was, now we also have P&M. Minister Franklin Kahn said, the taxing the poor. P&M not taxing the poor. And he gave the example of the 6,000. First it was 5,000, and then P&M raised it to 6,000 a month, and now it's 7,000 a month tax-free. There's one problem, my senator. Poor people make 1,500 a month. So 7,000 is middle class. The PNM does not even understand the difference between middle and poor. So $1,500 a month, they didn't have to pay tax anyway, and now the value of the dollar has gone down. The Honorable Minister spoke about the Houston gas price, and he said that negotiation, whatever negotiation, that so-called negotiation, but I forgive my Honorable Minister because he was not invited to that meeting in Houston. The real Minister of Energy accompanied the Prime Minister, and I feel it for my colleague, so he would not know what was negotiated out there. But I can say that Conrad Enil knew, and in his statement for 2018-2019 profits of NGC, which dropped from a whopping $2 billion in 2017 down to 320 million, Conrad Enil said, and I quote, "The group's reduced profitability was attributable to a decline in margins." Honorable Minister, margins mean the price that NGC was paid. That is the price negotiated when you was home here and the other two ministers went and then they got a grant with a back pay that was brought forward. But we will go ahead. And the Honorable Minister also said, because it's only short time, he said that the Minister of Finance said in 2016, we are going to remove the gas subsidy. He may have said that. But in this manifesto that you all just boasted you won an election, I searched the entire manifesto and I did not see where you told the population, vote for me, we go in and take your gas out your car and you cannot drive again. I did not see it. So the Honorable Minister also said that, and he was buffing my senatorial colleague, Senator Leida. He said it, you did not, concessionaires don't have any preferential treatment in the purchase of gas stations. Well, I point you to page 107 of this budget brought by the People's National Movement now in 2021-20 fiscal. On page 107, all gas stations owned by National Petroleum Marketing Company will also now be offered for sale to the private sector with preference given to the existing dealers and concessionaires. The last time I checked, KFC is concessionaires, so you may want to apologize to my senatorial colleague. Senator Randall Mitchell came in, and before he went for his presentation, he looked at Senator Kazim Hussain and said, make sure and pound the table. I'm still waiting for Senator Hussain to pound the table. The minister talked for 40 minutes, he ain't pound yet. I'm still waiting also, like Roger and Patriotic, are still waiting on the refinery. 4 days to go for the OWTU, Patriotic and Roger. Minister Randall Mitchell boasted about a pittance in COVID going out to artists and so on when people are suffering. If you're in a deficit for 7 months of $40,000 and you get $1,500, what is that going to do? He said that tourism crashed in Tobago. He said tourism is building up and so on, and they have plans. But let me remind you that your government, of which you are part as Minister of Tourism, crashed Tobago's tourism with the collapse of the sea bridge. In 2014, international arrivals to Tobago were 97,000. And during the months of July and August, domestic tourism, the arrivals were 649,000. After 2017, those numbers dropped from 97,000 international arrivals down to 17,600. And then in domestic travel to Tobago, because of the total collapse of the sea bridge, where people, truck and banana was going on barge and so on and getting salt infestation, the numbers went from 649,000 down to 152,000 Trinidadians going across to spend money. So the tourism product in Tobago collapsed under the PNM. I heard Senator Mitchell talk about 3 hotels. I was happy. Investment, great. But then when I noticed 2 are from Amalgamated and 1 is from a chief administrator of the THA former, I say, well, the only people who have money to invest is people who are close and friendly with the PNM. So my excitement was gone. Senator Varma Deyalsingh, she walked with a book of facts and she hold the book of facts and she said, look, the book of facts here. But one thing I could say, she didn't quote anything from the book of facts. So I'm glad to see that Joe Newell Williams' secret PNM scholarship fund did not go completely to waste. Senator Sagram Suklal came on and it was brilliant, brilliant, intelligent, aggressive, not flowing, lots of words. I can't talk so fast. And she was describing the Honorable Attorney General. And when I was listening, I started to see pictures of Carl Hudson Phillips. I see Anthony Smart. I see Selwyn Richardson. I see Keith Sobian. I even see Ramesh Lawrence Mirage, and then I realized that the Honorable Senator was describing Faris Al-Renta, the current Attorney General, and I was wondering who she was talking about. A man who lost 30K straight. But I admire her brilliance and her passion. I put a little note on a piece of blue paper here for my Honorable Minister of Agriculture. You know, because he was speaking, Senator Clarence Rambharat, Minister of Agriculture, he was boasting about, you know, nearly 1,200 acres for sheep and goat farming and so on. It sounded great. I was very impressed in a repo. So I just have one question from this blue paper. How much of that acreage is Bluestone Quarry? That's all I would like to know. So now we move into the facts of the budget. And let me say this clearly. The PNM government, since 2015, has us in the throes of the IMF without being there. They have instituted all prescriptions as dictated by the International Monetary Fund. The only thing is we didn't go by them and sign anything for them, and we didn't take a cent from the IMF. But everything that the IMF is about, we have instituted. The IMF believes in laissez-faire, free market, competition, neoliberalism, and it has failed in every developing country because competition does not exist. The IMF prescriptions did not work in Uganda. It did not work in Senegal, and has not worked and will not work here, because the rich will get richer, the poor poorer, and the middle class will disappear. The IMF prescriptions, for example, because don't just think that I will come here and just make up things. There's something called prior action. So let's go to pre-COVID. What did this government do from 2015 to 2020? They cut expenditure in everything. I just told you, sport cut, laptop cut, education cut, food card cut, special grants cut, everything down to school feeding, food for children cut. They removed price controls. It began, we remember our Minister of Finance said, hey, I moved the subsidy once, I move it twice, I move it 3 times, and they ain't riot yet. I go move it again, and what? It was totally honest because it all gone now. Then, what is the other prescription? You have to increase revenue. So they increase taxes. We get tax on online tax. We get increased taxes across the board. They put back VAT on food. And this is another prescription after COVID now. During COVID, because we're not after it yet, we're in the midst of it. They want to increase revenue further. So yes, you have to come with the revenue authority. So Baigan farmer, all kind of farmer, plantain farmer, potato, cassava, doublesmen, we have to look out. Then they need to reduce expenditure under the IMF prescriptions. What do? Mass retrenchment. Now you freeze the public service. People have lost jobs across the board. We have no data. The next step of IMF says is privatization. Do I need to tell you? Everything selling out one by one. Now is the port. We have other things coming. And then the last prescription in the IMF is to say stop forex leakages. And that's this entire budget. And in the spotlight meeting, they said, the Prime Minister said the number one item and priority of this government is to pay down national debt. Above education, above development, above investment, above diversification, above digital economy. The number one priority is to pay down national debt. How we reach there? Trinidad and Tobago was always able to service its debt. But by borrowing and carrying us up to 80% debt to GDP, and some economists have said we're right now at 84% debt to GDP with more borrowing coming. These are the prescriptions of the IMF. So just because you didn't label it IMF, don't mean we're not there. I put it to you that the IMF prescriptions are anti-development, anti-people, anti-poor, anti-country, and unpatriotic. All you have to do is read the preamble of our Constitution and you will know that there's an inalienable right for our citizens, for all the resources to be put to the use of the majority of all of the citizens. This budget removes that from the mass majority of the people and puts it into the hands of a few. This budget is unconstitutional. The in the UN in 1966, they passed that resolution, and then it was affirmed in 1986, of which Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory. It says the right to develop is an inalienable human right, by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, and cultural and political development. If you all do not believe me, let's go to our Constitution too, and then think about this red book that you all are praising, you're holding up and waving, we win, we win. Read your own Constitution. In the preamble, B, respect the principles of justice and therefore believe that the operation of the economic system should result in the material resources of the community being so distributed as to subserve the common good, that there should be adequate means of livelihood for all, that labor should not be exploited or forced by economic necessity to operate in inhumane conditions, but that there should be opportunity for advancement on the basis of recognition of merit, ability, and integrity. I put it to you here, colleagues on the other side, that by supporting this, by bringing this and passing this budget, you have gone totally against the Constitution of our beloved Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know who consulted with this. Senator Varma Deyalsingh said 3 weeks before the budget, the Minister of Finance went for consultation when she knows full well that budget documents and yellow documents had started, the process has started in March of the year, and it completes and printed by July. So to consult in September for October, that and nothing is the same thing according to Sprangalang. So I want to just give you an analogy. If the IMF is like the fridge, since PNM like fridge and fridge door, and when they say anything, make sure the door closed, and if the fridge door open. The IMF is like a fridge, and they have a 6-pack of Carib in the fridge. That's the IMF prescriptions. With this budget, the 6-pack done, and the citizens cap out. If you take a Carib out the fridge, and you take the label off, and you drink it, does that mean you just drink a beer, or did you drink a Carib? So all of these prescriptions, 100% of the policies implemented, the structural adjustment, the taxation, the cuts in expenditure, and everything enunciated in this budget smells IMF, but it's spelled PNM. I was just reading a little fairy tale online for my daughter, 6-year-old Anaya, and it was about fairy tales and fantasy about a dwen. And this fairy tale said, if it look like a dwen, smell like a dwen, dance like a dwen, smile and grin like a dwen, is a dwen. So to use that analogy with this budget, if it look like IMF, feel like IMF, read like IMF, and bring pain to the people like the IMF, then it is IMF. This PNM feel that if you don't label it, it does not exist. They say there are no devaluation, we're not devaluing. We have no devaluation, but the foreign exchange crunch since the shutdown of Petrotrin and the vacuuming of 1.8 billion US out of the system by that decision has put a crunch on the people of Trinidad and Tobago that a black market now exists for foreign exchange where people are buying foreign exchange US dollars at $7.50, $8, $8.20. So while it's not labeled devaluation, out there in the real world, the dollar has been devalued. People cannot get their stock. People cannot get a credit card. Credit card limits have gone down in US from 50,000 down to 12,000. Ask anybody. I had to find out about that because me ain't know about no credit card with 50,000 US, but them businessmen do. They say state of emergency. There's no state of emergency. They did not call a state of emergency to deal with COVID. Well, maybe you should have if you want to deny people rights. The Constitution said that you should call a state of emergency in Section 8.2. But you're denying people their rights and saying it's under the health rules. And then the Honorable Attorney General says, well, we didn't call a state of emergency, but crime down, murders down by 100. A state of emergency in the first instance is only 3 months. The country has been on total, complete lockdown for 7 months, and you all come to boast that you're going down by 100 murders? That's the absence of competence. That's the absence of a plan. But because you didn't say it's a state of emergency, COVID-19 lockdown is not a state of emergency. Okay. They also said in the election, buying votes. Buying votes, we'd never do that. That could never happen. But now they call it DSS, drug susu. Me, I know it's a different label. I am getting fed up in this country of people who have never put on the red, white, and black to represent this country for free, telling me I am unpatriotic. I swam for this country 10 long, hard years. I played national under-19 football for this country, red, white, and black. I have coached Olympic swimmers, brought glory to this country, winning an Olympic bronze, 4 Olympic World Championship bronze medal, a world record, 4 NCAA championship, 2 Pan Am gold, 2 Pan Am silver. I don't need a just come small pen to come and tell me that I am unpatriotic because I do not want to support a budget that is going to suffer people. If you were patriotic members of the government, you would not have shut down Caroni and Petrotrin. If Caroni was making a loss, you would have diversified according to the Senator, the Honorable Nigel de Freitas. You would have changed scope. You would have utilized land in a different way. You would not just shut down. You would not have shut down Petrotrin if you were patriotic. If you were patriotic, you would not have left Couva Hospital sitting there for 4.5 years as children are sick and dying in the country. And when COVID comes, all of a sudden, you open it in 2 weeks. But for 4.5 years, our children of red, white, and black, this beloved country, could not get access to all of that taxpayer dollar equipment to save their lives. If you're patriotic, you would have never done that. You would have never, if you're patriotic, when the citizens are locked out, 10, 15,000 outside want to come home, you would have never opened the borders to let Delcy and PDVSA land. If you were patriotic, you would have never overseen the total collapse of Trinidad and Tobago football, where we cannot even play, we cannot go in the stadium, we cannot turn on the TV and see a red, white, and black come on. And you're talking about a Pyrrhic victory. Where was the leadership when things were going wrong? Where was the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister to tell the TFA, we are funding you, we have supported you, please do the right thing? Where was the moral suasion? If we were patriotic on that side, and you lock down and shut down the economy where we have lost $35 billion in GDP in the last 7 months, if you were patriotic and you were going to make that sacrifice to keep us alive, you would have shut the borders. You would not have left us with porous borders. You would have put the extra funding for diesel and get the vessels out there. You would have not shut down the air guard. You would have kept them flying to keep us safe from COVID-19 coming from South America with illegal immigrants. You would have put resources down from Fullerton to Cedros. You would have put immigration, army base, and kept this place safe. You would have made a dome around us and made us safe as I am in here in this half a dome.
Senator Roberts, you have 5 more minutes. Use those 5 minutes wisely and lower your voice, please. You're getting increasingly, it's either you're agitated, but your voice is just rising.
Well, I'm definitely not agitated, ma'am,
But
but thank you.
No,
Guided. Thank you. This budget finally removes the Trini from Trinidad and Trini to the bone, from the Côte d'Ivoire, and leaves people with just the bone. We are talking about U.S. leakages, but leakages are only for the poor people, you know. So when you're buying luxury $2 million car, that's not a U.S. leakage. When PriceMart spending $500 million, that's not a leakage. But when Tanti bringing a barrel to sell to make a little cacadat for your grandchild, that is leakage.
Senator Roberts, please refine your language.
Thank you. I would love to go to the refinery, but I can't because we don't have one. A refinery made us trin begonian, but it does not exist. But this budget, this is a budget of chaos, calamity, COVID, confusion, corruption, conniving, cornflakes, and calm. Our great poet and musician, artist, and legend David Michael Rudder wrote these words. We bright little youths going to waste. Somebody dinge the smile on their face. Somebody take one love off the shelf. Then the one love boys start to sell out themselves. Somebody going to end all this talk about race. But they can't tell you that with a straight face. Big men dying. The crime can't solve. A madman rant is their only resolve. This budget is the epitome of a madman's rant. I will vote, Senator Lazama. You said you asked me what I would do. The UNC would vote for a budget. If it had more gate, if they kept the fuel subsidy, if you keep the foreign use industry alive, we'll vote for that. If you open back THTTI, we will vote for that. If you open back MIC and NESC centers, no property tax, removal of online laptops for all the children, not only those who you like and who you know. If you stop attacking workers and the labor movement, we will vote for the budget. If you stop eliminating the middle class and dropping them down under poverty line, we will vote for that. I and my colleagues will vote for that, but definitely will not vote for this. This budget gets an F for friends, family, financiers eat our food, while not a fruit for the people. Minister Donna Cox, I thank her for teaching me a little bit about the Bible. She quoted from Proverbs 14:31. He who oppresses the poor shows contempt for their maker. This budget oppresses the poor, invites the middle class to join the ranks of the poor, and thus the creators of this budget show total and complete contempt for the maker. We on this side have been and shall continue to be kind to the needy, thereby honoring God. I want to thank all the senators who participated in this debate, my 5 UNC senatorial colleagues, the 8 independent senators, and the 16 PNM senators who contributed in the upper house. And with this whisper, Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to thank all members of the independent bench and all members of the government bench for their contributions. Some of them were very encouraging and very illuminating and very interesting. I'm sorry I can't extend the same sentiment to the members of the opposition bench. Because, Madam President, having looked at the notes of the debate in this Senate over the last 3 days or so, what essentially I saw from the opposition bench was simply rehashing of wild statements made in the recent election campaign and move along. That was it. So I don't intend to respond to any of that. What I would like to do is to correct the record, however. what we are dealing with here is the appropriation bill. That is the matter before the Senate. And the appropriation bill is for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021. And the appropriation bill gives details of various heads of expenditure and total expenditure. And just to recap, for fiscal 2021, we have based our projections of income on an oil price of US $45 per barrel and a gas price of US $3 per MMBTU. And I would just like to confirm that these parameters were not just plucked out of the sky, but what we did in this year, as we have done for the last 5 years, in the last 6 budget statements and the last 6 budget exercises, is that we utilize the projections from a number of important and recognized bodies that are in the business of forecasting oil prices. And this would include the US Energy Information Administration, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and another research entity out of Europe. And based on all of the projections that are available to us, and based on our own projections in terms of the region, because our crude oil, contrary to statements made in the past, actually fetches a very good price. And the most recent information that I have seen from the Ministry of Energy, because we get on a monthly basis details of prices and production for all of the commodities in the energy sector, including oil, natural gas, petrochemicals. And the latest prices that I have seen for our crude, which is known as MOLO crude, is $1 above the world listed price of West Texas Intermediate, quite close to Brent oil price, for example. So at the present time, for example, if you looked at the oil price today, you would see that WTI is trading somewhere just below $40 a barrel, and Brent a little above $40 a barrel, so that the assumption can be made that if we exported crude today, that the sale price would be somewhere around $40 a barrel. And Heritage Petroleum can operate profitably at that rate. Heritage Petroleum's lifting price per barrel is in the 20s, $26, $27, $28 a barrel. So that at a price of 45, which is what is projected by all of the major research groups in the world, we should be able to earn some significant revenue in terms of royalties, because the petroleum profits tax would hardly apply in this fiscal year because of the trauma that has been wrought on the energy sector by COVID-19 in 2020, so there would be significant losses going forward. But we would get revenue from royalties, and that's a fundamental change that we made in the 2017-2018 period. Prior to 2018, our oil and gas price regime was based primarily on a profits-based model. The profits-based model is not suitable in a period of sustained low oil prices, because what will happen is that you will get no revenue at all, because the profits-based system assumes that expenses are dealt with first, and then if there is any profit, then the government would get petroleum profits tax. And in fact, back in 2015, when we just came in, BP visited us and told us that the then prevailing oil prices, and with the investments they were going to make going forward, that they did not think they would pay petroleum profits tax to the government until the year 2024. That was an untenable situation. So we switched in the 17-18 period to a volume-based model, which is the royalty system, and we applied a royalty on oil of 12.5% across the board. And that means that no matter what the oil price is, the country will get revenue from our hydrocarbons. We similarly did the same thing with natural gas. So now we have a 12.5% royalty across the board on natural gas, and this is for the exploration and production license contracts. The production sharing contracts have a different regime. But the whole point of all of this is that we have guaranteed an income stream for Trinidad and Tobago in an environment of sustained low oil prices, which is what we've had to live with for the last 6 years or so. The gas price, again, is based on projections from those entities that I spoke about, the US Energy Information Administration, the World Bank, the IMF, the Energy Research Unit in Europe, and so on. Based on that, and based on other models of revenue from the other sectors of the economy, from the services sector and from the construction sector and quarrying and all of the other sectors that make up the economy, we expect to get revenue in this fiscal year of $41.364 billion. Now that is a significant increase, just over $7 billion more than the revised outturn for 2020. The original outturn for 2020 was $47 billion. That's what we expected to generate in revenue. And if everything had gone according to plan, we have no doubt we would have achieved that, because we achieved over $46 billion in revenue in fiscal 2019. And we were fairly confident we could get over the 47 billion mark in 2020. Of course, COVID put paid to that, and the revenue was in fact 34 billion, so we lost about $13 billion, primarily from commodity prices. There was a period there, incredible period in the first part of the year, where the price of West Texas Intermediate oil actually went to zero and then turned negative. And for those who would wonder how is it possible for an oil price to go negative, what had happened is that there was too much oil in the storage tanks, primarily in the United States. The United States system is a pipeline and tank system, and they just couldn't store the oil, so they had to get rid of it. So they were literally paying people to take oil from them. We, on the other hand, we are not a continent with a pipeline and tank system, so our oil price was not as severely battered as the WTI was, but there are parallels, because we dropped down to below $20 and we stuck there for quite a while until we got back up to the current 40. So we are projecting this year that we should get revenue of $41.364 billion. Of course, it will require a lot of work, and we will be making our best effort to collect as much revenue as we can. And we have projected a expenditure at $49.573 billion, which is a little less than the actual outturn for the last fiscal year, which was $50.8 billion, but is significantly lower than the $62 billion that was spent in 2014, and that's when Trinidad and Tobago reached an unsustainable level of expenditure, $62 billion, up from 46 in 2010. There was a huge increase of $16 billion in expenditure between the 2010 and 2015 period. It was completely unsustainable. Even at 49, it's going to be hard. We're running a budget deficit of $8.2 billion, which is 5.6% of gross domestic product. We have decided not to do what some people have suggested that we do, which is to spend the same amount that we earn. We're of the firm view that this will crash the economy, that if we were to reduce expenditure down into the $35 billion level or the $40 billion level, this would completely crash the economy. So we are running a deficit. We have no choice. The major economies in the world are doing exactly the same thing. The advanced economies have all suffered in the same way Trinidad and Tobago has suffered. We are not unique. There's nothing strange or unique about Trinidad and Tobago in terms of what has happened during the COVID-19 period. I mean, if you look at the United Kingdom, for example, they are now projecting a debt to GDP ratio for this year of over 100%, something they haven't seen since just after the Second World War. That's the situation in the UK. And in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, the Chancellor of the Exchequer abandoned the budget exercise completely because they were unable to, do their models and make accurate projections as to what the revenue and expenditure would be. Their budget deficit has expanded by 200 or 300% in just this fiscal year alone in total terms, so that all around the world, countries are struggling. The economy of India, for example, dropped by 45% in 1 month. I think it was April or May when you compare it on a year-on-year comparison. The economies in Europe are expected to decline this year by 10% in real terms, real GDP. So that Trinidad and Tobago is not alone in all of this. We are projecting a decline in our economy for 2020, somewhere in the region, the 6% area, which is, not unusual. The average for the world, according to the IMF, will be somewhere in the 5% region. We expect our economy to contract by 6.8% in this fiscal that's now coming to a close. Well, it has come to a close in September of this year. We expect inflation to continue at very low levels, but contained within this appropriation bill and the associated budget fiscal measures, Madam President, are a number of things that we consider to be quite innovative. We firmly believe that our policy drive towards digitization and technological transformation and innovation is something that we must do as a country. And I had already removed all taxes on laptops, notebooks, and tablets in September. And in the Finance Act of 2020 in December, I'm planning that for early December, we will complete that exercise of removal of taxes on all mobile and digital equipment, mobile phones in particular. A lot of people are using phones for dual purposes, not just as communication devices, but also as mini computers, as it were. Software, computer accessories, and peripherals, in order to accelerate and to motivate people to get involved in digitization and digitalization and move towards a electronic commerce and electronic services. We have made this decision to remove taxes on all of this equipment. We also incentivizing businesses that invest in tech startups and new businesses, providing tax allowances, also providing tax allowances to businesses which engage in technology solutions and digitalization, as well as businesses that create employment in the technology industry, particularly young people. One of the points I heard Senator Richards talking about it is not just devices. We're talking about the need for connectivity as well. And that is why we have decided a line item of expenditure in this budget is the purchase and distribution of 45,000 mobile internet devices, commonly known as MiFi, that create a mini wireless hotspot. And that would be used by students who do not have internet access in their homes and their parents and other persons who just don't have connectivity, particularly in rural areas. And I think it is quite a bold move on the part of any government to make available 45,000 mobile Wi-Fi devices. That has never been done before. And that is all part of our move towards technology and Wi-Fi. The Minister of Public Admin would have spoken about the allocations, because this is all about appropriation and allocations. This is what this debate is about. The allocations for Wi-Fi hotspots and internet cafes, we have increased that significantly in this appropriation to give the Minister of Public Administration and her ministry the ability to accelerate the expansion of free Wi-Fi services and creation of Wi-Fi cafes and that sort of thing throughout the country, particularly in underserved areas. with respect to giving the economy a kickstart. We would be relying to some extent on construction, and therefore we would be providing tax waivers and construction materials for approved building projects. That will be fleshed out in the Finance Act in 2020. Also, to encourage persons to become first-time homeowners. We know how difficult it is. We know how expensive houses are. We want to help people who are first-time homeowners, so we have increased the stamp duty threshold for first-time purchase of residential properties from $1.5 million to $2 million. And this measure would save first-time homeowners $28,000 in stamp duty, and it's nothing to sneeze at, Madam President, nothing to sneeze at. And we expect it to benefit over 1,000 families each year. That too will be fleshed out in the Finance Act in December. We also increasing the property development allowance to allow approved property development companies, again, to incentivize the private sector to get involved in construction, so they can claim as a deduction 20% of the capital expenditure incurred in the construction of commercial, industrial, or residential buildings. We have a timeline on that. These things must be completed before 2024 December, so that this should motivate people to get going. The tourism upgrade project incentive will now be extended to 2023. This is a reimbursable grant to eligible tourism accommodation facilities. Again, to encourage businesses to invest, we're increasing the wear and tear allowance for plant and equipment from 25% to 30% to encourage persons to invest in new equipment. We also have some control measures in this exercise. We are increasing penalties for illegal quarrying, increasing penalties for predial larceny. With respect to supplemental petroleum tax, this is something that has been brought to us by the Energy Chamber, who told us that the small producers of oil were having difficulty with the current threshold for supplemental petroleum tax, which kicks in at $50. It was designed many years ago as a windfall tax when the price of oil was in the 20s, and therefore if the price of oil went up to 50, it was truly a windfall. But with oil prices now in the $40, $45 range, $50 is not a windfall per se. So for small onshore producers in the first instance, which we defined as a producer producing 2,000 barrels a day or less, we are increasing the threshold for supplementary petroleum tax, which is an additional tax on top of royalties, on top of petroleum profits tax, on top of oil impost, oil levy, etc., and can be quite onerous. We're increasing the threshold for small onshore oil producers from $50 a barrel as it is now to $75 a barrel. And we don't think that oil will hit $75 in the foreseeable future, so that this would allow these small onshore producers to plan and to also access funding for drilling and exploration, because drilling and exploration is the lifeblood of any energy company. Because it's a declining resource, you have to keep drilling, otherwise you will run out of product. We've also looked at the situation with the importation of cars. There are in fact 1.1 million vehicles on the road today, 1.1 million. And this is more than one vehicle for every registered driver. There are not as many as 1.1 million active driver's permits in Trinidad and Tobago today, but there are 1.1 million vehicles. So we are of the view that just too many cars on the road. And more importantly, these cars consume, in terms of imports, $400 million US every year, 2.5 billion TT dollars. We import an average of 25,000 motor vehicles, 2/3 of which are private motor cars. And this is a serious leakage of foreign exchange. When one thinks about it, $400 million US per year leaking out in the importation of cars in a situation where there's more than one car per registered driver in this country. So we felt that we needed to increase taxes on some of the smaller cars, in order to reduce the number of imports. We also have a situation where tobacco continues to kill people through lung cancer and other things such as bladder cancer and so on, which is related to tobacco, for those who may not know. And it costs the Ministry of Health $500,000 per year. $500,000 to just treat one lung cancer patient. So we felt that we would increase taxes on tobacco again as a deterrent. We also felt that, again, now was the time to increase penalties for selling alcohol and tobacco to minors. With respect to food, when you look at the food import bill, and you'll have heard the Minister of Trade speak about this, when you look at it, you see that we're importing billions and billions of dollars in food every year. And this now allows me to turn to the contribution of Independent Senator Deanna Ryan, who was not in favor of the intention to impose a value-added tax on apples and grapes. I'd just like to put some information into the system, because we all need to have information. And one of the problems with Trinidad and Tobago is there's so much misinformation in the system. And going back to the speaker who spoke just before I came here, for the record, the budget documents are printed 7 days before the budget is delivered. 7 days. And that is what I found when I went into the Ministry of Finance. And we have printed these documents 1 week before, because we spend all of that time consulting, determining, establishing what the figures should be, and we send it to the printry. They're printed by the government printry 1 week before. And that was what happened in the UNC time, in the NAR time, and the PNM time. There's certainly not, it's absurd to think that budget documents will be completed and printed in July. That's ridiculous. So that's a bit of misinformation I'd just like to deal with. But let me deal with some facts with respect to apples and grapes. I asked the Customs and Excise to tell me what is the CIF value of apples and grapes on an annual basis imported into Trinidad and Tobago. You'd be surprised, Madam Speaker, $55 million. So we import $55 million worth of apples and grapes, almost 10 million US dollars in apples and grapes. And I think that is something that we certainly need to control, and I just pick that out. Because if I was to go into all of the other foods that we have mentioned, such as lobster, smoked salmon, strawberries, blueberries, and all these sorts of things, you would find that the import cost of these items is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. And what we're in fact doing is simply imposing VAT. Because the way the VAT system works at this time is that unprocessed food is VAT-free. It doesn't matter if it's lobster. It's the same as rice or cheese. So that is a lacuna in the law as far as we are concerned, that this broad category of unprocessed food is exempt from VAT. So we felt there's absolutely no need to allow these items to come into Trinidad and Tobago without any value-added tax on them. And I would just give an example of grapes. The average CIF price of a kilogram of grapes is $10.20 TT. That is $4.64 per pound. And by adding VAT, we will increase the cost of a pound of grapes by 58 cents. And I don't think that is going to prevent apples and grapes from coming into this country. In the case of, that's grapes. In the case of apples, the price of a pound of apples will go up by 43 cents, Trinidad and Tobago cents I'm talking about. So I don't think that imposing value-added tax on apples and grapes will create a situation where we won't have any. And as the goodly senator indicated, we might go back to a time when we see them only at Christmas time. I don't think that's accurate. There were some other points made by the Honorable Senator, and I really must thank her, even though I didn't agree with many of the things that the Honorable Senator said. This is the kind of contribution that I have come to this place and in the other place to enjoy. A proper discussion with respect to policy and measures, not movie land. But let me just deal with some of the points made by the Honorable Senator Deonarine. There was a recommendation that we should consider devaluation. Otherwise, we might get to the point of Suriname, which had to undergo a very drastic devaluation. But the fact is that Suriname had to devalue because it ran out of foreign exchange. And I mean literally. They went to zero. We in Trinidad and Tobago are fortunate. We still have over $7 billion US in reserves, and there is another $5 billion plus available in the Heritage Fund, although we would not take all of that. The point is that we have substantial buffers. We are not like Suriname. Suriname went to zero. In fact, Suriname went into the commercial banks and took foreign exchange out of the commercial banks to pay for imports. They couldn't even service their foreign debt. We are nowhere in that situation. The policy also of small pre-announced devaluations is called a crawling peg. It was a policy option proposed by the IMF many years ago. However, experience has shown that such an approach precipitates a huge devaluation. And the question is why? Because importers rush, when you have small crawling devaluations every week or every month, as the case may be, importers rush to purchase their imports ahead of time, while exporters delay surrendering their foreign exchange to increase their income in local currency. So people who earn foreign exchange, they hoard it, because they expect if they keep it for a while, then months later, they will get more in local currency. And people who have to purchase foreign exchange to get their goods, they rush and they get it. And the end result of all of this was a collapse of the currency in all of the countries that this was tried. There's a video going around, it's been going around for quite a while, about the situation in Nigeria. I'm sure some of you have seen it on WhatsApp. A Nigerian gentleman talking about how the IMF came to them and told them, try this crawling peg devaluation, and encouraged them to devalue the naira every week. It will work, it will balance, it will stabilize your balance of payments, it will balance out your income and expenditure. And they went ahead. And when they began this whole thing, the naira was almost $1 to 1 naira. Last time I checked, the naira was 380 naira to $1. And it just kept going. It wouldn't stop. So that one has to be very, very careful about this sort of thing. It hasn't worked in any country, and we have no intention of trying that at this point in time. We are going to maintain our exchange rate. We will defend our exchange rate as we have done for the last 5 years, and there are reasons for that. It will allow wage restraint, and it will keep inflation down at very low levels. We're at 1% now for the last 5 years, and we intend to keep it like that. With respect to the whole question of how the central bank participates in the foreign exchange market, that is not disequilibrium. Disequilibrium. It's not. In our economy, the energy sector is the major foreign exchange earner. The sector pays taxes in foreign exchange to the government, and the government in turn redistributes this forex to the central bank for the commercial banks to give to importers of goods and services. That's how we do it. The central bank just recycles the reserves, the government's reserves. It's been taking place in Trinidad and Tobago since we did a managed float of the currency over 20 years ago. That's what we do. It's not disequilibrium. I'm sorry, I'm getting tied up with this word. But it is not a disturbance in the market. It is a standard practice. That is how you do a managed float. The government earns foreign exchange, the central bank distributes it to the commercial banking sector. But going back now, Madam Speaker, to the budget itself, or to the appropriation bill. One of the things that I am very happy that we were able to convince our colleagues to do was to increase the personal income tax allowance. That was, in fact, a bold move because the government is giving up $750 million on an annual basis. When we increased it from 5,000 to 6,000 per month, we also gave up a huge amount, and it worked. Because the whole point of reducing personal income tax, because by increasing the personal allowance, although you're not touching the rate of income tax, you are in fact affecting the income tax system itself, and you are reducing it. So when you went from 5,000 a month, pay no tax, to 6,000 a month and below, pay no tax, and now 7,000 a month and will pay no tax from January 1st, 2021, we're giving up the tax that we would normally have earned from these people. You're talking 250,000 taxpayers, Madam President. Let me say that again. 250,000 taxpayers are going to benefit from this. That's a substantial amount, significant proportion of taxpayers. And we have decided that it's a balancing act. We should get back quite a bit of it in consumption because this will be more disposable income and people will spend it. And that will help businesses, it will employ people, it will generate economic activity. So it's a bold step we're making. Give up $750 million, and we hope this will stimulate economic activity and it will generate income, and we'll get it back on the consumption side. And even if we don't get back all of it, Madam President, even if of the 750 we get back $400 million in value-added tax from increased spending by people, then what we are also doing is providing a social safety net to 250,000 families, Madam Speaker. I don't think that's anything to sneeze at. And I am really pleased that this government bit the bullet and made the decision to make this very bold and innovative move. We believe through the multiplier effect, the net effect on our GDP will be far more than this $750 million, all of which we expect will be spent. The appropriation bill, how much more time do I have, Madam President?
You finish at 1 second shy of 2:40 p.m.
I have 12 minutes. Okay. The appropriation bill also provides allocations to a number of ministries. And I just want to outline some of the things that have been done and some of the things that will be done. In the Ministry of Health and its development program, we are in the process of reconstructing the Port of Spain General Hospital Central Block. This will provide 540 beds. This block, you may recall, Madam President, was condemned. It was deemed to be dangerous in the face of a large earthquake. And it was completely decommissioned and decanted. And we are now reconstructing the central block at the General Hospital to provide 540 new beds. That's very significant. It will service an estimated population of more than 400,000 persons. And we expect it to be completed in early 2022. And that will help the entire northwest region of Trinidad. The linear accelerator facility, this is equipment for the treatment of cancer. I recall when I was first appointed Minister of Health way back in 2001, one of the first things I did in 2002 was to commission a cobalt machine at the St. James Medical Complex for the treatment of cancer. Now, the cobalt machine is old technology. It sort of pinpoints the radiation. It can burn the surrounding tissue and so on. A linear accelerator is a far more sophisticated device and does far less damage to healthy tissue in the body. So I was very pleased. In fact, I went to the launching of this linear accelerator at the St. James Medical Complex just before the general election. And I was very pleased to be associated with this state-of-the-art piece of equipment, which is now in the public health system, available for the public. I also noticed the Diego Martin Health Center was recently opened. I had to heckle my two colleagues from Diego Martin because Somehow they thought I was too busy with the Standing Finance Committee, so they left me in the other place, and they went down the road and opened the new Diego Martin Health Center in Diamond Vale. But I was very happy to see that, a brand new health center in Diego Martin. Diego Martin has been in need of such a facility for a very, very long time. In terms of the Ministry of Works, we are also, for those of you who travel through Diego Martin, you would see we are in the process of constructing an overpass which will allow persons coming from North Diego Martin, that is the areas like Diamond Vale, Blue Basin, River Estate, Bagatelle, etc., Covine, Rich Plain, those areas down there, coming from the north and traveling towards the south, towards the Carenage area, West Morins area, the Cocorite area, etc. But more importantly, more towards the Carenage area. This overpass will allow persons to go over the highway and come down into the park that has been created there opposite West Mall, the public park, and go down towards the Chagaramas area without having to go all the way back up to the Peaks gas station area up in Cocorite. So that is a major development in Diego Martin as well in terms of traffic management, the management of traffic. A new headquarters for the Diego Martin Corporation is also being constructed, Diego Martin being almost the last such corporation that would have these kind of administrative facilities. There's one in Chaguanas. I remember visiting that when that was built. And there's also another one planned for Penal, and other corporations already have their headquarters. Diego Martin never had one. And I'm very happy to be part of the government where we're now building something that Diego Martin has not had ever, a new administrative headquarters for the Diego Martin Corporation. We also have the heritage buildings, such as this Red House, Madam President, I'm sorry, I call you Madam Speaker. I'm so happy to be part of the government that restored this magnificent heritage building. I'm glad it was done. I recall coming into government again for the second time in 2001, and for that entire period, attempts were made to rebuild this Red House, restore this Red House. I remember the leaking roofs. I remember this chamber. I remember coming in here and the ceiling was collapsed. There was no ceiling. And then another government came in, and for 5 years, this building again was not renovated. And I'm so happy to be part of the government that has restored this magnificent building. Similarly, President's House, I remember the condition that was in, Stallmeyer's Castle, Meal Fleur, which has just been completed, Whitehall. I am really happy to be part of the government that is restoring our national pride in our national heritage. And these things are important. Everything has its place. These things are important. There are others who may say that that's a waste of money. I don't agree. I'm very happy to be in this chamber right now, speaking to you, Madam President, in this restored building. The Brian Lara Sporting Complex in Taruba is now the home of the CPL, the Professional League, Caribbean Professional League, and for the enjoyment of everybody, including all cricket lovers in Trinidad and Tobago, no matter what political party you support. And I've been there for the CPL finals, and I've looked on at the enjoyment of everybody in terms of this magnificent facility, which is now rated as one of the best cricket grounds in the entire world. The Diego Martin Sporting Complex is world class. It's now providing facilities for footballers and cricketers. Again, that was such a struggle, Madam President, to get that sporting complex built. We finally...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much. With respect to health again, in the northeast of Trinidad, we recently commissioned the new Arima Hospital with 150 beds. It's now providing 250,000 persons in surrounding communities with quality health care. We're now building a new hospital in Sangre Grande, which will also have 100 beds. We expect that to be commissioned towards the end of 2021. That will serve 110,000 persons in the surrounding areas. The Valencia to Toco Highway is already under construction with the straightening of the Toco Road, and it is being designed to international standards, allow for faster traffic, faster travel to Toco, where we will be constructing a ferry port which will allow transportation from the northeast corner of Trinidad, the Toco area, to Scarborough, Tobago in 20 minutes, which is something I think we could all look forward to. Can you imagine, Madam President, getting on a ferry in Toco and 20 minutes later reaching Scarborough? These are things that people only dream of. The Churchill-Roosevelt Highway to Manzanilla is well under construction. The Curepe interchange, successfully commissioned on June the 8th, 2020, now allowing you to travel all the way from Port of Spain, all the way up past Curepe, and the first traffic light that you will meet is UWI. And we are also moving to construct similar interchanges at University of the West Indies intersection, the Piarco intersection, and so on. Madam President, the design process is already initiated and the procurement process is in progress. Point Fortin Hospital was commissioned in January 2020. It's now serving 75,000 people in the southwest of Trinidad. The Solomon Hochoy extension of Point Fortin continues apace, and we expect to be able to complete that entire project in the near future, which will allow persons to drive from San Fernando to Point Fortin in just 20 minutes, Madam President. The Phoenix Park Industrial Estate in Couva, it was affected by COVID, as everything was, but now we are restarting that project, and we expect that in the near future, there will be significant job opportunities in the Couva area as a result of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate construction. The Moruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park was commissioned in July of this year and will help us with the building of food security. So these are just some of the things, Madam Speaker. In Tobago, we are about to begin the construction of a new state-of-the-art passenger terminal at the A&R Robinson International Airport. This new terminal, world-class, will have a capacity of 3 million passengers a year. Roxborough Hospital due for completion by the end of the year. Roxborough and Chauvin police stations have been commissioned. The Dwight York Stadium completely rehabilitated, and so on, Madam Speaker. And the reason why I've raised all of this is that this appropriation is all about this. It's not about Bacchanal. It is not about Movilang, and it's not about scandal. The budget exercise is simply an exercise where we ask for the approval of the Parliament to approve the appropriation for the service of the financial year. These are difficult times. We can't spend as much money as we used to. We can't spend 62 billion, we just don't have it. But we are trying our best within our limited resources to balance spending sufficiently to maintain all of the services in the country and to grow the economy and not run too much of a large fiscal deficit. I think we are on the right track, Madam President, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2021 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Don't we have to read the long title first?
Not as yet. You have to go through
So
the
sorry,
non-committal.
that's what my procedure has, but that's okay. I'll follow your instructions, Madam President.
My mistake, I
No, that's
apologize.
okay. I follow your orders. I keep my voice soft, Madam President. I don't shout.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2021.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. In accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that the bill not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2021 not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Honorable Senators, the question therefore is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2021 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
The division and our budget debate in the Senate. And
Mr. Khan?
Yes.
Mrs. Gopi School?
Yes.
Mr. Rambharat?
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan?
Yes.
Mr. Hussain? Yes. Ms. West? Yes. Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
Mr. de Freitas?
Yes.
Ms. Cox? Yes. Mr. Singh?
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus? Mrs. Lee Singh? Ms. Patelmi? Mr. Ma?
Just repeat that. Abstain.
Ms. John? Ms. Lakshmi Diyal?
Abstain.
Mr. Nakhid? Mr. Lyda?
Abstain.
Mr. Roberts?
Abstain.
Mr. Richards?
Yes.
Ms. Deonaran?
Yes.
Ms. Tipasad?
Yes.
Mr. Timo?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson Ahi?
Yes.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mr. Nakhid? Dr. Deyalsingh?
Yes.
The result of the division was as follows. 23 members voted for, 6 members abstained. There was no members voting against.
Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. 23 senators voted for the bill, 6 senators abstained. No one voted against it, and therefore the bill has been passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.